All right, so it looks like we are now live. So good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. This morning we have work sessions on our budget, and that includes some information and a work session related to the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. We'll start out our morning as we always do with committee member introductions. And I'll call on committee members as I see you on the screen. And Representative Poirier, we'll begin with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Jennifer Poirier. I represent House District 107, which is Michigan and part of Madison.
Thank you. Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Laurel Libby, and I represent District 64, which is the northern part of Auburn and all of Minot.
Representative Sheehan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I represent Biddeford's House District 12.
Representative Babbage.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Babbage. I represent House District 8, which is most of the town of Kennebunk. And I'd like to tell my colleagues here that I will have a competing event late morning that I will be bowing out briefly for.
Thank you for letting us know. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to all. I'm Steve Moriarty. I represent Cumberland and the southern part of Gray in House District 45.
Representative Reckitt.
Morning, everybody. I represent, this is Lois Reckitt, and I represent District 31, which is one of the three House seats in South Portland.
Representative Thorne.
Good morning from Carmel, Madam Chair. My name is Jim Thorne. I'm House Representative for District 103, which are the towns of Carmel, Herman, and a portion of Etna up in beautiful Penobscot County. And I will be pulling double duty this morning. So if you see my lips moving in silence, I'm on Marine Resources as well.
Thank you. And Representative Evangelos.
Morning, everyone. Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91, and my four towns are Friendship, Union, Waldoboro, and Washington. Thanks.
Senator Keim.
Morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Keim, and I represent Senate District 18, which is northern Oscar County in two communities in Androscoggin.
And thank you. And Co-Chair Harnett.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to all. My name is Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83, which includes the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, where I reside.
Thank you. And I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and a little bit of Scarborough. And we're joined today by our committee clerk, Peggy Reinsch, and also by our committee analyst, Susan Panett. From a new location in the education. No, you're still in judiciary? Okay. We've been dealing with some relocations because of the flooding in the State House. So good morning, everyone. And so we'll open up the work session on our part of the budget. And we will go through the budget worksheet, and we're going to take it in a slightly different order than is presented. It usually, the sections are arranged in alphabetical order, but we're going to start with the Maine Human Rights Commission portion of the budget, and then we'll do Pine Tree Legal Assistance, then the Attorney General section, and then we'll finish up with the judicial branch, and then move into the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. And Peggy, I know that you are going to guide us through this discussion. We appreciate that very much.
Well, I hope I can. If you should have your worksheet. It's the report back template, and I really thought I sent it out last week, and I guess I just sent it out to the agency. So I did send it out this morning. It is posted, yay, Tanya, on our website. But it's just easier for us to do it this way because that's what appropriations looks for. So we are looking at page 7 of that packet. It says section A19, appropriations and allocations, Human Rights Commission, Maine at the top. And if you remember from the public hearing on March 4th, as well as the information that Amy Sneerson gave you yesterday, that I forwarded yesterday, the Human Rights Commission actually is asking for 2 additional things. There's one initiative in the budget, and this is just a retroactive payments for a range change that was approved in the budget but for some reason the retroactive payments were not included in the budget. So this is just something to catch up. It is general fund money. Everything was approved. I'm just not sure. I don't think any of us understand why it wasn't in the biennial budget last year. I'm gonna ask, could we get Amy Sneerson to come over so she can answer your specific questions? So there are 2 additional.
Peggy, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but 2 things. One is, Soupy, could you please, oh, Amy Sneerson has already joined us. And then Representative Harnett has his hand up and Senator Sanborn needs to introduce herself. So let's, if you don't mind, let's just first, Representative Harnett.
Thank you very much, Senator Carney. Peggy, I'm a little confused at what we're looking at. So could you direct me to the document? I think I pulled the wrong material up.
Yes, so it looks like, come on, you can open. I'm going to share my screen.
Thank you.
I guess it's not just the State House that's having problems today. Wow.
When
Okay.
exactly was it sent? That's, I'm having trouble.
I just sent it this morning. I really apologize that it wasn't, I sent it out to the agencies on Friday and I thought I had sent it out to all of you and I didn't. I don't know if it's 19 pages long. Those of you who want to print
I found
it, if
it.
you
Thanks.
want.
No, I got it.
It's about half an hour ago.
Peggy, is it in the supplemental budget materials under worksheets? Is that what I should be clicking on?
Are you on the Appropriations Committee website?
No, I'm on Judiciary.
So it says supplemental budget 2022 at the bottom of the Judiciary Committee page.
I'm sorry. I was in committee materials. I'm sorry.
Right. So if you're on the committee materials, go all the way to the bottom of that list. And it says supplemental budget 2022, supplemental budget materials 2022.
Thank you.
Do you have it? So this is what it looks like. And we're gonna jump to page 7. And this is what we're looking at, is provides one-time funding for the retroactive payments related to the range change of 6 main human rights investigator positions approved in Public Law 2021, Chapter 398. If you have questions about that, Ms. Sneerson is here and she could answer those. Okay, if I stop sharing so you can see each other?
Let's just let me just check. Is everybody okay with this? If you can like nod your head or,
Yes.
Yeah.
okay, it looks like we're all set. Thank you so much, Peggy. That was terrific. And so Amy Sneerson from the Maine Human Rights Commission has joined us. And if you could please introduce yourself and then we'll have some committee questions for you, I'm sure. We're not able to hear you.
Yep. Sorry about that. Good morning. My name is Amy Sneerson. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Human Rights Commission. And thank you. Good morning. And thank you for taking our tiny budget first. We really appreciate it. And I'm happy to answer any questions about this particular initiative or any others.
I did have a quick question about this initiative. So this $21,000, is that spread out through all 9.5 of the investigators?
No, that is for 5 investigators. We have, the numbers are always changing of investigator positions, but at the time we had 6 investigator positions. One investigator submitted an employee-initiated reclassification request. We had already submitted a management-initiated reclassification request. We were all just trying to get the investigators reclassified. And at the same time, the BHR approved both of them. So the employee-initiated one, everyone understood clearly that that person was entitled to retroactive pay. Our understanding was for the management-initiated reclassification that they were not entitled to retroactive pay. So what was in the biennial budget for those 5 investigators was simply going forward. But we were told later that because they're all part of the same bargaining unit, that the 5 investigators who didn't get retro pay need to get retro pay. And so that's what all this information has come from BHR, and that's what's in this initiative.
So they're required to get this retroactive pay, and this is just to make that happen.
Yes.
Okay. Committee members, any questions about this initiative? I am not seeing any. Peggy, can you help me remember, do we typically vote on these initiatives as we discuss them?
You typically do. Appropriations wants a vote on each initiative. So it's probably easier for you. I mean, you might want to lump some together, but it's probably easier for you to vote on them as you discuss them.
Okay. Yeah, I think that is definitely easier. Thank you. Now, Representative Evangelos?
I make a motion to move it in.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Harnett. Unless, Representative, were you raising your hand to second the motion?
Yes, I was, Madam Chair.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any, and so committee members, let's try initially by a show of hands, and we could do a roll call if we're gonna not have a unanimous vote. All those in favor of including this initiative, please raise your physical hand.
It's unanimous.
It is unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. All right, committee members, one down, many to go. Let's, Peggy, if you don't mind, as we move through, showing us each initiative briefly for screen share. I think it's helpful to committee members. Thanks.
I'll be happy to. Ms. Nearson had a couple more that she wanted you to consider as part of the budget. One was presented on March 4th, and the other one, which is in the Federal Expenditures Fund, she presented in a memo last night. So if you want to take those up now, would you like to go ahead and do that?
Yes, please. And Amy Sneerson, did you wish to address the committee? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to suggest, Peggy, in case it's helpful, it's maybe simplest to review the last page on the document that I emailed, I think it was last night, and that you forwarded to the committee, is a one-pager that contains the 2 initiatives in a format that looks the way the budget looks. So that might be the easiest way to present it.
Okay, great.
Yes, and thank you for including the language.
That's Melody Piper in our office, not me.
I'm actually going to try to shrink this a tiny bit so we can get more on the page. Okay.
And so
I'm hoping that Ms. Nearson will be able to talk about these because I am not well versed in what these positions are.
Amy Sneerson, could you go ahead and walk us through the first initiative?
Yes, I would be happy to. Thank you. Thank you so much. So the first initiative is to establish, and we did include this in my testimony on March 4th. This is seeking funding to establish a new position for an accounting technician. And the reasoning behind that is that our agency, as our mediation program has doubled and tripled in popularity, the paperwork and documentation and finance work associated with that, essentially accounts payable, has really exceeded what our agency is capable of handling. We've tried a number of different methods for dealing with it. None of them have proven successful. And I did outline in my written testimony, and I think in my oral testimony, the things we've tried to deal with it. And so none of those have worked. We are in danger of losing some of our excellent mediators to do this work. And we are hoping, as a last ditch effort, to establish an accounting technician position. We need someone who's familiar with the accounting principles and theories to be able to do this type of work. And so this would be general fund money. And so for the remainder of the fiscal year, it would be $22,111. And for 2023, it would be $74,768. And I think in the chart, and you can't look at two things at once, obviously, but in the chart of the testimony I submitted on the 4th, and again, what I submitted by email last night, there is a chart that shows what this does, where these numbers come from in terms of all other for desk and equipment. Oh, look at you, Peggy. Wow, nice job. Not that one.
Oops.
Go
That
down.
was the proposed budget. This is
Yeah,
it.
go down. Yeah, that one. Yep. So that gives you an idea of where those numbers come from. It's all other one-time costs for desk and equipment. A lot of it is IT support. We contract now with OIT, and otherwise it's just general overhead and personnel. Thank you, Peggy.
Director Sneerson, could I ask you just one or two questions, please?
Sure, of course.
And so the mediation services is part of the responsibility statutory mandate for the commission, is that correct?
Yeah, thank you for that question. One of our primary statutory mandates is to help parties resolve disputes. And we do informally encourage folks at all times to do that. In the past, our investigators have helped parties resolve cases. And in the past, the commission has tried lots of different approaches to mediation. The approach that we've been using for the past 8 years or so, where it's essentially flow through money. The state doesn't pay anything for mediation. Federal funds do not pay for mediation. The parties are paying for mediation, but it's very inexpensive. The money flows through our agency through a separate mediation fund. So parties pay in a fee and we pay out that fee to the mediators. And we keep a small portion to pay for parties who are indigent. They can't afford the fee. And I think because we have excellent mediators who are now very experienced in doing Maine Human Rights Act cases, it's very successful and it's cheap compared to what similar quality mediations would cost on the market. So our mediators get paid $450. Each party has to pay $225. That's very inexpensive for a half day of a high quality mediation. So we've gone from referring 32 cases to mediators in fiscal year 2015 to 90 cases in fiscal year 2020. And even during the pandemic, this was one of our shining stars. And unfortunately, I don't have updated fiscal year 21 data, but this was one of the things that was never flagging even through the depths of the pandemic, is people really wanted to keep mediation going, which is awesome. But processing payments, we redact them because they have parties' names on them. So because all of our cases are confidential, every single piece of paper that goes to anyone else has to be redacted. We have to review, did we get payments from both parties? Now we take credit cards to pay for this because so many parties and lawyers wanted that. People want invoices. People send W-9s. We have vendor forms. We have contracts with the state for our, God forbid a law firm moves or a mediator moves. It's surprisingly resource intensive to do the finances associated with this program. Does that answer your question, Senator Carney?
It does. And then just at a very big picture, does the mediation service save on both systems costs within the commission and potentially within the judicial system? And then also, does it have that same impact on parties?
That's a great question. So I would say our success rate, the mediation program success rate has hovered around 66% over the years. So it's very effective. So if you assume we had 100 cases and 65 of them resolved with the parties both happy, some percentage of those were going to be filed in court. There's no question about that. So it does take cases out of our, let's say we produce investigators reports in 280 cases a year. We would be producing another 100 investigators reports. And those are also extremely resource intensive. So it does save, it's work that we're not doing because the mediators are doing it. And then it wraps cases up and the parties are, if not happy, they are at least satisfied and they have controlled how their case ends. And I think for a lot of folks, the commission process, the emotion, the cost related with I know folks don't like being here. That's okay. They don't like being in litigation with each other and prolonging disputes. So anything that helps them resolve their disputes is a good thing. And I'm not sure if there might have been another part of the question.
I think you covered it. Thank you so much. Senator Khan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Ms. Sneerson. Just a quick question. Maybe you mentioned this. I was just wondering, was this an increased ask part of something that was originally what you had put in the proposal for the governor's budget, or is this something that, and it wasn't included, or is this something that has come up since you originally made that proposal?
That's a great question. Thank you, Senator Keim. We originally did ask the governor to include this in her proposed budget, but we got it to her too late. We missed the deadline because we're so short-staffed. So they said that since we didn't get it in by the deadline, they would not include it.
Thank you.
Committee members, any additional questions for Executive Director Sneerson on initiative number 1? I'm not seeing any. Is there a motion? Representative Evangelos?
Motion to move it in.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Harnett. Committee members, let's start with a show of hands and see if we need a roll call vote. All those in favor of including this initiative in our report back? All right, Soupy, could you please take a roll call vote for us on this initiative?
I would be more than happy to. Can you hear me okay? I'm in a new space.
We can see and hear you just fine.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. No, sorry. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Many thanks. And for those who voted no, is your vote simply to not include it in the budget, or did you have an amended proposal? Okay, thank you very much. So the vote is 7-4 with 3 absences. And we've addressed that initiative number 1. And so if we could, Peggy, could you please screen share the second one briefly for us? And Executive Director Sneerson, would you like to review this, please?
Yes, thank you so much. And I really am very sorry for getting this to you at the last minute. That's not the way we like to do things. This is really more of a housekeeping matter in that we have, my explanation for it is in the written testimony I submitted and that Peggy emailed to you. This is related to our intake position. We get over 1,200 intakes per year. And in the past, sometimes we've had a dedicated staffer handle them. And sometimes we have shared the work among our investigators, which is something agencies like ours around the country deal with this same question all the time. As soon as your good intake person goes away or gets sick or is on leave, that just dumps the work back on the investigators. So a lot of agencies like ours just choose to have their investigators do intake. So that was when in the biennial budget, we reorganized, we had a limited period management analyst 2, that was the position doing intake. And in the biennial budget, we sought to make that permanent. It was reorganized, but apparently the words permanent were not included in the biennial budget to make it permanent. So right now, we are in the process. Right now, we made the decision that it was better for the agency to reorganize and have the investigators do this instead. And while we were in the process of doing that, we advertised. The Bureau of Human Resources told us to go ahead and advertise it. We could begin. This shouldn't be a problem. And in the midst of all that, I think in doing the paperwork, they realized that the underlying position that we were seeking to reorganize into an investigator position, the management analyst 2 intake position, had never been made permanent. So we can't reorganize it into an investigator position until it is made permanent. So that's the first piece of this, is to make what should have been permanent in the biennial budget, make it permanent. So we can then reorganize it into something else. That's the first piece of this, right? So that's the first part. The second piece is that the money allocated, and these are all federal funds, this will cost the state nothing. And I think the Bureau of the Budget agrees that we have sufficient federal funds to shift things around and do this. The federal funds that we are already using for the management analyst 2 position only equates to a 37.5 hours for an investigator. So that can translate over easily, but we need to move a tiny bit more federal money in order to make it a full 40-hour position. And right now, people are handing me documents that people at the Bureau of the Budget and BHR are all talking about this because we said, hey, can you help us figure this out? And so they are talking now. And they say that the proper wording should be, apparently our wording is not correct. The proper wording should be, continues and makes permanent one management analyst 2 position previously continued in Public Law 2021, Chapter 398, and provides funding for the proposed reorganization of the management analyst 2 position to a main human rights investigator position. This initiative also reduces all other to fund the reorganization. So I don't expect anyone to write that down, but we're told by the senior budget analyst that this is what it should say. So that's the wording that it should say. And what you are seeing on your screen in terms of the money is us moving federal funds, allocations of federal funds from all other to make the position 40 hours a week. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you very much.
I can't believe that makes sense to you. Thank you.
No, it was very clear, actually, and thank you for bringing us the updated language. Committee members, are there any questions, or is there a motion to approve this initiative using the language recited by the Executive Director, Representative Moriarty?
Madam Chair, I move to approve.
Thank you. And is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Representative Harnett. And any committee member discussion? Senator Kime, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to know, Ms. Sneerson, if this position, if it's federally funded now, but then if the federal funds don't continue, then is it something that would be seeking to have state funded, or is it something that would continue federally?
Thank you for the question. It would continue federally. The Bureau of the Budget generally does not allow us to make changes of this sort unless they are confident, looking at our financial resources, that we have permanent funding for it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Committee members, any other questions for Executive Director Sneerson? I am not seeing any. Is the committee ready for the vote? It looks like we are, and so let's try a show of hands, and we can do a roll call if necessary. All those in favor of the pending motion, please raise your physical hand. Okay, Supi, could you please call a roll call vote on this initiative for us? Thank you.
I'd be very happy to. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Kime.
No.
Senator Kime votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And for those who voted against the motion, do you have an amendment, or is it just not to include it?
Just not to include it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Representative Babbage, we voted previously on the initiative related to the accounting technician position. Did you, I don't know if you were following, did you wish to cast your vote on that initiative?
I'm sorry. I would like to do that on the record, and thank you. It is yes.
Thank you very much. And Peggy, are we all set now with the Human Rights Commission?
I think you are.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and good luck on what I know will be a long day. Best of luck.
Thank you for your presentation this morning.
And again, thanks for taking us first.
And in this brief break, I would like to give Senator Sanborn, if she is still with us, an opportunity to introduce herself.
Good morning, I'm Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, just half of Portland and half of Westbrook. And I'm here just for a bit before I have to go to my other committee. And then I'll be back this afternoon.
Thank you. And Peggy, I'm going to turn it back over to you for the Pine Tree Legal Assistance portion of the budget worksheet.
Great. So you can hear me, yes. So Pine Tree Legal Assistance, they put these together alphabetically. Pine Tree Legal Assistance is on page 18 of the packet, and I will share my screen. And if Supi could bring over, I'm not sure who's here to talk to this, and maybe nobody is because it was discussed at the public hearing. So this is funding for stabilizing and expanding the free legal aid services that Pine Tree provides at Togus and also other VA health centers. They are specially trained staff attorneys at Pine Tree Legal Assistance. They have been doing this at Togus. I think they recently have been expanding to other places, other Veterans Administration health centers. This is additional money. It does not say that it's permanent, even though it's in both years of the biennium. So I'm thinking that this is just this instance. Well, so it's both years, but it's not, it would not go into their baseline for the next biennial budget. I'm just trying to peek down here at the justification. And it doesn't look like it's a permanent thing. So would not go into their baseline. This additional amount would not.
Okay, thank you. And we did hear testimony from Pine Tree Legal about this at the budget hearing. Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we move this initiative. We heard very compelling testimony about the success of the program and its assistance that it provides to veterans throughout the state.
Thank you. Representative Evangelos?
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Committee members, is there any discussion of this item in the budget? Not seeing any discussion. Let's try a show of hands, and if we need to, we'll do a roll call vote. All those in favor of the pending motion to approve this budget item, please raise your hand. Supi, could you please join us and call the roll?
I would be happy to, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And for those who voted against the pending motion, could you please let us know if you are just against including the veteran services in the budget, or if you had a different amount? It's just a straight no. Okay.
Yes,
thank you. All right. So I think that concludes the Pine Tree section of the budget. Peggy, is that right? Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right. Thanks. Then I think we're doing the Attorney General section next. Is that right?
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
So that's page 1 on your packet, and it goes through page 6, I believe, plus there's some language for the Victims' Compensation Fund on page 19. Would you like Attorney General Fry to join you?
Yes, please. And I'll see, I think I can move him over actually. Thanks. So we'll be joined by Attorney General Fry, and let's give him a moment to introduce himself. And then Peggy, I think the screen sharing is working well.
Okay, great.
But let's give him a moment to say hello to us.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome. And then Representative Harnett, your hand was up.
So
Okay, there may be technical difficulties. Thanks, Peggy.
All right. So I'm assuming because you have to take a vote on each one, you're going to go through each one.
Yes.
So as you'll remember, it's important to know what these different funds are. Other special revenue funds means it's coming to the Attorney General's office from someplace other than the general fund. In most of these cases, it shows where that funding is coming from. In this case, it's funding for this position is from the Department of Corrections. So this is a new position starting in the second year of the biennium. So it'd be starting July 1st. And it makes permanent one assistant attorney general position dedicated to the litigation division. It was continued by a financial order. So this position is already there, but it's not a permanent position. This section in this initiative 211 would make it a permanent position funded with other special revenue, the funding coming from the Department of Corrections.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions while we still have the screen share up? Representative Evangelos?
Yes, quick question to the Attorney General. Good morning. Is the litigation and settlement activities and negotiations, do they pertain to activities related to corrections and the AG's office, or is it something unrelated? I just wanted to be clear on that.
Good morning again. Yes, this position supports the Department of Corrections and their litigation needs. As everybody here knows, the AG's office is responsible for providing legal services to all the state agencies, and the amount of work that is involved with a variety of different litigation and advice that's provided to the DOC has necessitated an increase in the amount of legal services that we provide. We were not able to do it with our current numbers, which is what led to working with DOC to securing some funding within to fund another position. I don't know if that's completely responsive, Representative. Again, it's the increased workload from advice and counsel and litigation that the DOC experiences and is represented on.
It is responsive. Thank you. And if there's no other questions, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to move it in.
Thank you, Representative. So a motion to include this in the budget report back. And is there a second? Seconded by Representative Harnett. Representative Babbage, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, good morning, Attorney General. I don't have my papers with me right here, Attorney General Fry. But could you give me a brief overview of the framework of the litigation division? How many people? How are they segmented?
Well, I'm going to do the best I can without Commissioner Figueroa to phone a friend in, like for the budget hearing. I might need some cleanup. I think we probably have somewhere around in the teens, close to 20 in the litigation division. The litigation division is responsible for advising and primarily defending litigation against the state of Maine. Its clients, it's broken up into two functions. So there's really two lines of attorneys in the litigation division. There's your general agency advice. So, we have representation to help advise the Secretary of State's office, advise the auditor's office, advise Treasurer's office, advise DOT, right? And then we have another line that is really responsible for all the different lawsuits that are filed against the state, voting lawsuits, lawsuits on the mask mandates, right? Lawsuits against the DOC for different practices that it may experience. so while it's organized really into these two different lines, there is some bleeding between them because sometimes the attorney that is advising the agency is in a good position to assist if there's a suit against the agency, right? So for DOC in particular, which is what we're talking about with this initiative, there's advice that goes to DOC. There will be times where there is a case that is brought against the state where it will benefit the DOC attorney to have some support from the more pure litigation side. So and again, the number is it's in the teens, I think. I should have the exact number, but I don't.
Thank you. That's kind of what I expected, but I appreciate the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other discussion, committee members? I am not seeing any, and so Soupy, could you please call the roll on this? Thank you.
Would be very happy to. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And for those who voted no, is that just a straight don't include it? Thank you. All right. Peggy, could you please screen share the second initiative?
The second initiative is reference number 213. This continues and makes permanent one Assistant Attorney General position dedicated to Natural Resources Division. The position was established by a financial order, so the position is there. This makes it permanent. Again, this is other special revenue. The funding is split between the Department of Marine Resources, Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. Again, this is in the litigation division, I believe.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions while we have the screen share up? Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peggy, I note that this is, I think, the second position that is being made, which is existing, but is being made permanent. How long has this particular position actually existed?
I don't know that, and I think the Attorney General would have to answer that. I don't know.
Thank you. Just 2 things. One, I want to clarify, this is in our Natural Resources Division,
Sorry.
not our Litigation Division. Second, I believe that this financial order would have been signed near the end of 2021. I don't have it exactly in front of me. I don't think we have filled the position that's been at least limited period authorized yet. But it is a relatively newer limited period position that's been authorized. So Representative, I don't know if that doesn't provide an exact date, but I believe it was the end of 2021 that I signed that.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm just curious, Attorney General, what is the process by which a position is created but not funded within your budget until the next cycle comes around?
So so specifically for this case, but this is the general practice for all these different instances, we will engage with a client agency about what their needs are, how we're meeting that, the extent to which they have an increased need for legal services. As I indicated earlier in response to a question, the AG's office is responsible for providing all legal services to state agencies. And so in this particular case, we had discussions with these agencies about how their different needs had overcome the existing capacity that had been previously authorized by law. So we were having some stress in being able to provide legal services to them. These agencies recognized that. They reviewed what their capacity, what their budget, what their financial capacity was in order to support additional legal services, because the way these positions are set up, we were paid by the agency to provide them legal services. And so once we worked with these agencies to identify that there were services available, we execute a financial order, ask for approval, and the budget DAFs will review that, confirm that there are resources available, at least on a limited period, to allow my office to hire, with the understanding being that it's limited period, it will be submitted in a budget, a supplemental budget, or if the next budget's the biennial budget, so that it allows for the limited period, but it does require that legislative review and approval if it's going to be made permanent. So I hope that provides a sense as to sort of how we're able to, in the interim between budgets, right? Because I know that this legislature has considered a number of budgets, but it's not an everyday thing. This allows us to get through, provide services that are needed when the resource has been identified by an agency, with the understanding that we're going to request at the earliest opportunity a permanent fixture of this position.
So one follow-up, Madam Chair, if I may. When that next cycle comes around, Attorney General, will this be part of your budget and funded by your allocation as opposed to other departments, as opposed to the money coming from other departments or agencies?
So while it'll be authorized under the AG's office to receive this to have this position that's paid for with this other special revenue, the funding for it is going to come from the agencies. So if there's any funding need, so if, for example, if the financial situation changes for any of these departments and they no longer have the capacity to provide funding for the position that had been identified, then you would likely see the cost in the agency budget for the amount of legal services that they're consuming. At least that's how this is set up. This wasn't a general fund ask. So the position will live in the AG's office. The funding that pays for that position will live in the agencies that are being supported by that position.
Thank you.
Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm supporting this initiative. I see a lot of challenging times ahead, which would require additional representation for these agencies, just to name two, and not to get too specific and bogged down in the debate. But obviously, part of our marine resource industries has been receiving support from the AG's office, and now we have this new problem with the contamination of our farm soils, which is apparently spreading into the deer herd and everything else. So I'm looking at some challenging times ahead. So I'm going to make a motion to move it in.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments, Representative. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Babbage. Committee members, any discussion? Not seeing any. Supi, could you please call the roll for us?
I would be happy to, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And for those who voted no, is it a straight no, ought not to be included in the budget? Thank you. I think we're ready, Peggy, for the next one. If you can share it, thanks.
So this is reference number 218. It is general fund. It provides funding for the approved reorganization of one secretary associate position to a secretary associate legal position dedicated to the investigations division. And it's a small amount in the first year and a total of $33,198 in the second year. That would be an ongoing reorganization of this position.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions for the Attorney General on this one? Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Attorney General Fry. Is this simply the result of an internal reorganization to reflect the responsibilities of the position?
That's correct. The investigation division has 1 support staff, and the responsibilities have increased over time, and this was an overdue reorg. It's Amy Bailey is the person.
Thank you.
Committee members, any additional questions?
I would move the initiative. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I was just going to say, does anyone have a motion? Representative Harnett has moved the initiative. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sheehan. Any discussion? Soupy, could you please take the roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And for those who voted against the motion, it's a straight not include, correct? Thank you. I'm not going to ask that anymore. So if there's a different response, if you want to have an amendment to the initiative, just please let me know.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thanks. And
Okay, I suggest you take the next 2 together. They're kind of blocked off together in the lines on the sheet anyway. So reference number 219 and reference number 221, they're different reference numbers because the funding for this is split from the general fund and from other special revenue. So this provides funding for the approved reclassification of one research assistant MSEAB position from range 19 to range 23, dedicated to the Administrative Services Division, including retroactive pay. So you need to take two votes, but I guess you could put them together because I'm not sure you would approve one and not the other. They kind of go together.
Thanks. Committee members, any questions for the Attorney General on these two initiatives? I am not seeing any questions. Is there a motion? Representative Moriarty?
Okay, Madam Chair, I move the two initiatives, reference 219 and 221.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Babbage. And any discussion? Looks like we're ready to vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime.
No.
Senator Kime votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And just as a reminder to committee members, we'll record that vote for reference numbers 219 and 221, the same vote. Thank you for that suggestion, Peggy. And I think we're ready for the next one.
Great. So again, this is a position that is, it's an approved reorganization from range 17 to 21, dedicated to the Administrative Services Division. It's a research assistant position. And again, this is funding from 2 sources, the general fund and other special revenue funds. So it's reference number 223 and 225.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions about initiatives 223 and 225? Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a quick question for the Attorney General. I meant to ask this the last time. What is the other special revenue source on these research assistant positions?
It would appear as though there is some money coming out of an antitrust fund, a petroleum marketing fund, human services, victims comp. These are our IT positions in the office. And so they support, they're internal, they support everybody. So the budget sheet that I'm looking at shows that it's pulling from some other funding that the office has for the operation of some of the different functions of the office that it pulls some money from.
Thank you very much. Senator Carney, if it's appropriate, I would make a motion to move initiative 223 and 225.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Reckett. And I think we are ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Sorry, I can't find my button today. No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And again, that's the vote on both 223 and 225 together, correct? I've got distracted for a moment. Thank you, everyone.
If you're ready to keep going.
I am.
This
We
is
are,
reference number 229. We're on page 3 of your packet. It establishes one assistant attorney general position dedicated to the professional and financial regulation division and provides funding for related all other costs. It's a new position. It is, I believe this comes from, and the attorney general will correct me, the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. This is other special revenue funds. So that's who would be funding this because of the support for those activities.
Committee members, are there any questions for Attorney General Fry? Representative Harnett?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Attorney General Fry, this is 100% special revenue by the agency who I assume needs this work done. What's the effect on that work if this initiative is not moved?
One of the primary drivers of why more support was needed for professional resources is there was a law court opinion that had commented on the division of labor for the professional licensing attorneys in the office. So the way in which for decades it's been structured is you'd have an AAG who provides support for a board, and then, like a licensing board. So let's say the medical licensing board, right, will provide support, advice for that board. And then if there's some licensing issue, will then be the AAG who leads the, it's not a prosecution, but leads the case against the licensee if there's some sort of complaint, right? Well, the court found that it really, or commented, it wasn't a finding, but commented that it had concerns about how the same attorney was doing both jobs, both providing advice for a board and leading the board's interests or prosecuting the board's interests when it comes to the complaint. So we've had to restructure how it is we provide advice for boards and then provide support for the complaint process for the boards. That's one of the primary drivers of why we needed another position to allow for more attorneys to be involved with singular boards. So turning that answer around to what would happen if we did not have this position, the challenge is going to be how we can, heed what the Supreme Court recognized, ensure that we have the range of attorneys available to provide advice, and then to ensure that any complaints are fully adjudicated through the licensing process. There will be continued pressure there, based on our need to accommodate this new structure.
Thank you. And I kind of have a quick follow-up.
Yes.
So essentially, this is to eliminate any possibility of a conflict that has been suggested by the Supreme Court. Is that correct?
There was a much more concise answer. I should have led with that. That's correct.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would move Initiative 229.
Thank you, Representative. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Babbage. Any discussion? I think we're ready for the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And committee members, before we move on to our next initiative, we've been requested to reconsider, I believe it's reference numbers 219 and 221. Is that correct, Senator Keim?
Yes.
Thank you. And so I will move to reconsider the vote on reference numbers 219 and 221. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Babbage. All those in favor of the reconsideration, please show your hands. Okay, it looks like that is unanimous. And so we'll move on to reconsideration. And Senator Keim, did you wish to speak? Well, first let's get a motion on the table. Representative Harnett, could you please make the motion on those initiatives?
I'm sorry, I move both initiatives 219 and 221.
And is there a second on that motion? Seconded by Representative Babbage. And Senator Keim, did you wish to speak to the pending motion?
Yes, thank you. I lost my place when I thought I was at another location when I voted no, and I understand that the reclassification is because the employee has already been doing the position and then requested that, and it has already been approved by Human Resources. And so that is why I want to vote in favor of that.
Okay, thank you very much. And before we go any further, I know Representative Moriarty, I think you got disconnected, is that right? Or something?
Well, there was a knock on the door. I had to run down and take
I
care
want
of
to I want to catch you up to where we are. We've been requested to reconsider the vote on reference numbers 219 and 221. And so we're back on page 2. And so Senator Keim, go ahead.
Would it be all right if we had a brief corner caucus?
Yes, that is fine.
Okay, thank you. It would just be 5 minutes.
Okay, and so we'll return everyone at 10:27.
Thank you.
Committee members, if you are at your desks and ready to get started again, could you please activate your video? Hi, Representative Sheehan. Did you wish to speak?
I actually just wanted to confirm which item we're reconsidering. Did you say 219 and 221?
That is my understanding.
Okay, perfect. I was scanning the documents and just couldn't remember. Thank you.
Mhm. Yeah, no, it's good to have a clarifying question. These the budget materials are so different from everything else we look at that it takes a while to get kind of visually oriented.
Really.
All right, it looks like we're all back in the committee meeting. And is there any additional discussion on the motion on 219 and 221 on reconsideration? No other discussion, so I think we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Evangelos.
Did I really just make it under the wire? Because my computer died and I had to restart it. Huh? Yes, yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Many thanks, Supi. And so we've concluded the reconsideration, and I think we are at reference number 235. But Peggy, I'm sure you are more on top of it than me.
Oh, no, you're right. I'm not, I wasn't there yet. So this is other special revenue. It continues. I'm just looking at how there's no funding. Oh, that's because this is being shared, right? I'm sure Attorney General Fry will help you with this. it makes permanent one research assistant position working 40 hours bi-weekly dedicated to the child support division. It was continued by Public Law Chapter 29. I think that was the budget. And it was previously funded equally by DHHS, Child Protective Services, and Child Support. It's been transferred 100% to Child Protective Services. So this is additional funding from the Department of Health and Human Services for a part-time to do child support division work.
Thanks. Attorney General Fry, did you want to weigh in on this at all?
Yes, if I may just clarify, so this originally this was a split position that was shared by child support and child protection. Because of the increased need for child protection activity, that the position that ended up we really needed was a 40-hour-a-week child protection support staff. So what this did was it, the funding was basically there, but now it's a full-time child protection position. That did leave a need for child support to refill that half-time child support. But this initiative here just continues the full 40-hour-a-week child protection individual staff member.
Thank you. And so by voting on this, we would allow that full-time child protection staff position to continue forward. Is that right?
Correct.
Great, thank you. Committee members, any questions about reference number 235? Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move initiative reference 235.
Representative Evangelos?
I'll second that.
Thank you both. Any committee discussion on this reference number, this initiative? Looks like we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 6 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. I think that Senator Sanborn has joined us. Senator Sanborn, I don't know if you are able to jump in. We're voting on initiative 235, which is an initiative that would allow a full-time position within the Attorney General's office related to child protection services.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Would you like me to repeat the totals?
Yes, please.
Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you.
So I think the next one is reference number 236. This is on page 4. This is in the Human Services Division. It provides funding for the approved reorganization of one secretary legal position to a secretary associate legal position dedicated to the Child Support Division. It's other special revenue funds. I believe that's coming from the Department of Health and Human Services, which gets some federal funding for child support as well.
Thank you. Attorney General, do you want to speak to this at all?
Only to confirm what Peggy had provided for information.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, committee members? Is there a motion? Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Initiative 236.
Representative Moriarty?
Second.
Any discussion, committee members? Is the committee ready for the vote? I think we're ready, Supi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby. Representative. My apologies. Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. So that initiative is included in the budget, and now we'll move to reference number 237.
237, thank you, is also in the Human Services Division. It's funding for the approved reorganization of the first of 3 secretary legal positions to a secretary associate legal position dedicated to the Child Protective Division. Again, other special revenue funds. I'm assuming that's coming from the Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you very much. And Attorney General, did you wish to include any additional information?
No, thank you.
Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peggy, it appears that reference numbers 237, 238, 239 are virtually identical, rather 241.
Right.
That being the case, would you feel it's appropriate to combine them in the same vote?
I don't think that hurts because it's about the reorganization of 3 secretary positions, secretary legal positions. I believe they're all becoming secretary associate legal positions. So there's 237, secretary associate legal, 238, secretary associate legal, and then 241, secretary associate legal. They're all in the Child Protective Division. So I think that is reasonable. Take one vote and cover all 3.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just want to explain my position on these last series of votes regarding human services and support for that division. We've heard a lot of information throughout this session about the desperate need for increased child protective services and how the state, in the perception of many people, is failing to meet the need. And I think, as painful as it might be, this is one way of going about enhancing the state's ability to address the need and alleviate the crisis that we're facing. So my votes on these human services positions will essentially be uniform for that reason. I would move that we approve reference numbers 237, 238, and 241.
I appreciate your motion, Representative Moriarty. And before we move on to with a motion and a second, I would just like a show of hands among committee members. If is there anybody who objects to taking all three of these at the same in one vote? I am not seeing any objection. And so Representative Moriarty has made a motion on initiatives 237, 238, and 241. Are those the correct numbers, Representative Moriarty?
I believe so.
Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam Chair, may I pose a question? I had my hand up.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. And it's a question for the Attorney General, because I think it's going to help us going forward, and some of the other initiatives we voted on. All of these initiatives are described as approved reorganizations. Could you just remind the committee what that approval process means and who is making that approval?
I may need to phone in Senator Keim to make sure I get reorg and reclass correct, because I'm glad she had her eraser available. Might not get to it. I mean, very basically what happens is when there is either from management perspective, supervisor perspective, or from the employee's perspective, that their job function includes more activity than what they are currently authorized at, right? So it may include more professional tasks, more decision-making. What will happen is that will be, there'll either be a request for reorganization, request for reclassification that's assessed in-house. The determination is made as to whether or not, yes, indeed, there is an increase in the amount of work that this person is doing. Their job function really needs to be reevaluated. That is sent to so once that's approved in-house, that is sent to the Bureau of the Budget or Human Resources for review, consideration, and ultimately State Human Resources will approve or not that request from my office, from an agency for that reorg or that reclass. So when you see the approved as part of these initiatives, what that is reflecting is the process inside the agency to determine whether or not there's an increase in activity that's associated with the job of the person. That's sent to Human Resources. They make a approve or denial of what's represented to be that increase. And then in order for that to be effectuated, in order for that approved reorg or reclass to be effectuated, the legislature, which established the position, does have to vote on whether or not to approve that approved reorg or reclass. I hope that's responsive to what that approved process involves.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up, Madam Chair.
Yes, and then we'll still need to get a second to the motion, and I don't want to forget that, but go ahead.
Okay, I apologize for interrupting that process.
No, that's okay.
I guess the only point I want to make, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney General Fry, is this is not simply a determination made in your office. There's a third party that is not connected with the employee directly who is approving or denying that reclassification or reorganization. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
I'm happy to second the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have a question for you as well, Attorney General Fry. So these are all positions that will enable the Department of Health and Human Services Child Protective Division to more effectively do their work?
Yes, they are part of that broad team. I appreciate the comments of Representative Moriarty in recognizing the pressure that's on the entire child protection system, from the frontline caseworker all the way through to the legal services that are required to engage in protecting children through the judicial branch level. These individuals that we're talking about here are the the non-attorney staff in the office who are helping make sure that they're getting information from the caseworkers, providing it, organizing it for the attorneys to make sure that the attorneys do a full job. Let me also add that these were some of the positions that through the pandemic were really required to be in the office because the work of child protection did not stop. That's one of the few court activities that continued in a robust way during the pandemic. So these individuals are indeed integral parts of that system of protecting children from serious abuse and neglect.
Thank you. Committee members, any discussion on the pending motion or any additional questions for Attorney General Fry? Not seeing any. I think we are ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. And that is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so that initiative, that motion passes 7-4 with 3 absences, and we'll move on to reference number 243.
Sorry. Wait a minute, which 243, is that what you said?
I thought that's where we were, but
Okay,
I
okay,
could be
sorry,
wrong.
I'm, for some reason, I'm confused. Let me share that.
But also, Peggy, if I am off base, please keep us on the right path forward here.
No, I think you're right. No, you're absolutely right. I just see that at the bottom of page 5, it goes back to 237, and that was confusing to me. So
Yeah,
I'm wondering if that is a mistake. But anyway, let's look at 243.
Okay.
This establishes one Assistant Attorney General position dedicated to the Department of Health and Human Services. This is other special revenue. And this is recognizing the additional services needed by the Department of Health and Human Services. It looks like it's kind of a broad position: litigation, settlement, review, and negotiation, representing all district court mental health hearings, rulemaking assistance and review, and other consultation as needed.
Thank you. Attorney General, anything to add?
No, certainly happy to answer any questions. I think there was some discussion about this position at the public hearing that I hope was helpful to members' considerations.
Thank you very much. Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney General Fry, how many Assistant Attorneys General are currently assigned to Health and Human Services?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it might be 8. I'm sort of running through the names in my mind. I believe it's either 8 or 9. And I can get that. It won't take me too long to get it, but it's either 8 or 9.
Okay, and I wonder if you can explain the rationale behind adding yet another assistant AG to this department.
Yes, thank you for that opportunity to talk about the HHS division here in the office. This is the division that represents the interest of the Department of Health and Human Services generally. This is like the agency advice for DHHS. So, these folks deal with the rulemaking, providing the legal advice on rulemaking that the department does, provides advice on how to comply with both state and federal law and rules that apply to the Department of Health and Human Services, represents the Department of Health and Human Services at involuntary commitment hearings. These are hearings where there's an individual who has been alleged to be pose a serious risk of harm to themselves or others, and so they'll be hearing on that. And then, and I think I already covered this, but just the agency advice. So for the CDC, for HEDL, the testing lab, right? For the front office at DHHS, for licensing, it provides the general advice to the agency. And so what sort of bleeding into why was an additional position needed, there has been some significant pressure that was primarily motivated by an increase in rulemaking activity and advice associating with that rulemaking activity that has put a lot of pressure on the current AAGs when balanced in with all of the other work that was mentioned. In order to ensure there's an appropriately timely ability to address, again, in particular, the rulemaking, that's what really primarily motivated the request for an additional AAG, which we had talked with the department about. And then secondarily, although not, maybe not as much of a pressure, there was a point in time where out of Bangor, we did have the child protection AAGs doing the involuntary commitment hearings for up at Dorothea Dick Psychiatric Center. We have now brought that back underneath the HHS umbrella. So now there's just a little bit more involuntary commitment work that is completely underneath the HHS division. So those were the two things. The rulemaking pressure was really the driving force to request a new position. I hope that's responsive to your question.
Well, it is. I'll just quickly follow up, if I may. And I guess we're allowed to ask leading questions here in committee. Would you say that this is part of your department's multi-pronged approach to the current crisis in child protection? Not to child protection, because when it comes to how we represent HHS activities, we have a child protection division that's focused on child protection activities. We have child support, which is focused on the child support functions of HHS. And then we have the HHS division that represents everything else that HHS is doing. And so when we're talking about the HHS division, this is like really everything except child support and child protection. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. And did you have a motion, Representative?
Yes, I will move to approve the initiative.
Is
243.
Thank you. Is there a seconded by Representative Harnett? Committee members, any discussion on the motion to move initiative 243? I am not seeing any, and Supi, I think we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorn.
nay,
Representative Thorn votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I will recall the absentees. Representative Babbage. Thought he was trying to come in. Okay to go on, Madam Chair?
Yes, I think so.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. And that is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so the motion carries 7-4 with 3 absences. And we'll move on. Peggy, is there?
Madam Chair, if I may just interrupt briefly on what reference number that was that we just voted on. Was that 246?
It was 243.
243. Thank you.
You're welcome. Peggy, did you, I know there's some question about the next initiative.
This looks to be a duplicate, and I went back and looked at Attorney General Fry's testimony, and he didn't mention this again. So I'm assuming that this is a duplicate. It's the exact same language, numbers, plus a reference number of something that you already voted on. So I think it's good news, and you can skip it. So the very last thing you have in the Attorney General's budget is actually Part R on page, sorry, hope you're not getting seasick here. There we go. That is page 19 of your packet, I believe. And this is language in the budget that provides an additional $750,000 from unappropriated surplus to the Victims' Compensation Fund. And I know that some folks had some questions, and Attorney General Fry had sent additional information. So I'm not sure why this isn't a separate initiative, but we're not going to worry about that. You can just decide whether or not you want to support Part R.
Thank you. And I see that the Attorney General wishes to address the committee. Go ahead, Attorney General.
Thank you. I don't mean to back us up a little bit. I do think that there is, it's not, I don't know if it's numbered correctly, but I do think that there is another initiative that remains, and I'm looking at two things. One, there's for my testimony, it was broken up. There was I referred to a second initiative that related to the Child Protection Division, and then I referred to a 4th and 5th that deal with the Child Protection Division. There was another reorg, though, related to the HHS division. And so in looking at the primary budget document that we were working from at the public hearing on what was then page A31, you would see that there's 3 different initiatives for the Child Protection Division reorganizations. But then there's another reorg that relates to the Department of Health and Human Services Division. So I don't know what the best way is to resolve this. I just wanted to flag that in looking at the primary budget document, it wasn't correctly, the reference number does not appear to be correct on the sheet, but I just offer that the budget document does appear to have 4 reorgs and not just 3.
Okay, let's just take a moment to look at, I'm just going to take a moment to look back at the budget document, because maybe it's just a question of changing the reference number. I don't know. Did Peggy, if you have thoughts,
Right, I don't have the budget document in front of me right now, and I can go back and look at that. Actually, maybe I do have it. But this is, and I can see what Attorney General Fry is saying, that it's not exactly the same. So I'm looking at the budget document, and this is in the 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's the other one. Yep. 1, 2, 3. Actually, are there 5? So how about we do this? How about you go ahead and decide whether or not you support this, assuming that it actually is an initiative. We'll call it 237A for our purposes here. And I will double check with the Appropriations Committee staff about whether this is indeed a separate one. My apologies for being so excited, but almost done.
That's okay. So
again, it is other special revenue, so it's not general fund directly to the Attorney General's office. I'm sorry.
Okay, and so do we think, Peggy, that 237A is, I'm just trying to connect the dots here. And I would just like actually a moment to take a look at these documents. And so Senator Keim, did you wish to help us resolve this? Did you have time to look at it?
I haven't. No, I just agree that, it because it says the second of 3 positions. So, and we have the first of 3 and the second, the third of 3 up there, and then this is the second of 3. But as far as which number, no, I'm sorry, I don't. Before we vote, though, I will make a comment, but this isn't appropriate at the moment.
Okay. So committee members, I would like us to proceed with Peggy's suggestion that we call this reference number 237A for the time being, and that we recognize that it probably is simply a labeling error, and that it's an initiative that was presented to us earlier in the budget hearing, and that we move forward with a motion and vote on this initiative. And so is there any concern about moving forward among committee members? Is there a motion? Representative Harnett?
I will move initiative 237A.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Sanborn. Committee members, any questions for the Attorney General? Senator Keim, go ahead with your question.
Sorry, I don't have a question. I have a comment before the vote.
Okay. Okay, seeing no questions for Attorney General Fry, committee discussion on initiative 237A. Go ahead, Senator Keim.
Thank you. So it isn't related to just this one, but overall the reorganizations, I just feel like there's very many of them, and it's a way to, give raises. And, in general, I know that we all come to different places on budgets and on spending. And there's always a question out there of, what other people think and why they're doing what they're doing. And so for me, a lot of my vote is in opposition to the ease of giving raises. At this time, especially, I think that our budget needs to not increase the bottom line. And when I vote on any spending, and there's never any initiative that comes to us that isn't well meant. So I understand that. But when I look at spending, I think I have to vote only for what I think is absolutely essential, and that there's no other way to get it than to increase spending. So that's just my overall viewpoint, and I wanted to share that. Thank you.
Senator Sanborn?
Thanks, and I appreciate Senator Kime's comments. As a business owner, I want to beg to differ with her. However, my employees over the last 2 years or so, many of them have received 20% increases in their pay. Many of their jobs have become completely different from what they were prior to the pandemic. And the type of work, the way the work is done, and the way that they need to be compensated for it has shifted unalterably because of changes in our business and in our business practices. It doesn't surprise me at all that we're seeing the same types of reclassifications and recharacterizations of jobs at the state level. And we're in the highest inflationary period we've ever experienced in my lifetime. And we certainly need to compensate state employees fairly, as the cost of everything is on the rise, and it's not going to go back down. The inflation rate will go back down, but the cost of goods is not going to go down from where it is now. It's just going to slow in its growth. So I feel strongly we need to fairly compensate the folks who work for the state of Maine, and that means making sure they're classified correctly and compensated correctly. Thanks.
Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It appears to me that the reclassifications are targeted to an area I have deep concern of, and help reading the papers and the tragedies we've had and stuff. So that's why I'm supporting them. I hope it does take a higher level of responsibility to provide the assistance to the human service agencies regarding these kids and other stuff going on. So on small things like this, I have to trust the professionals, and I'm satisfied in the direction they move these resources to. I think it was Representative Moriarty that may have made an allusion to it, but I agree. That's all. Thank you.
Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request we move the vote.
I think we're ready for the vote as well. Committee members, is everybody ready for the vote? All right. And Supi, thank you so much for taking the vote.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Kime.
No.
Senator Kime votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes no. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
I voted yes, but I think Representative Harnett was mischaracterized. Is that?
Yes, I voted yes, Supi.
Did I apologize. Did I say no? Representative Harnett votes yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I have you marked as yes. My apologies. And Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I will recall the absentees. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the final vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. So the motion carries 7-4 with 3 absences. And I just want to express a lot of thanks to everybody who helped us straighten that out. I am glad that we were able to move forward on addressing that initiative. And so now we'll jump forward back to, it's a weird metaphor, but we'll move on to part R. Let's put it that way.
I'll do a quick screen share again so you'll remember that we're talking about $750,000 from unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the Victims' Compensation Fund.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Peggy. And Attorney General Fry, could you please share with us a little bit of information about the Victims' Compensation Fund and this initiative?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for that opportunity. So the Victim Compensation Fund is available to provide resources for individuals who have been victimized by those who engaged in criminal conduct that provides some amount of money up to a cap of $15,000 to help them address consequences of their victimization, medical bills. As an example, I may have sent along some information. I don't know if it ended up getting sent to the whole committee, but just as an example of what kind of expenses end up getting covered, medical bills like doctor and ambulance bills, dental bills, prosthetics, hearing aids, counseling may be covered by the Victims' Comp Fund, funeral costs, monument costs, and some lost wages as examples. There's a board, a Victim Compensation Fund board that its members meet. They review requests for compensation from the Victims' Compensation Fund board, and they vote on whether or not the statutory prerequisite for paying out a claim is met. And by statute, the determination that has to be made by the board is whether or not by a preponderance of the evidence a crime occurred, whether or not the injury or the death was the result of that criminal conduct, the amount of the eligible expenses or losses suffered, whether or not to award compensation as a result, and then what that final amount of the award is, again, up to that cap of $15,000. So it does not require, this was a question at the public hearing, it does not require a criminal adjudication to be completed before the Victims' Compensation Fund may provide resources for a victim, but it does require there be a finding by the board that the conduct amounted to criminal conduct. And in the statutory definitions, it provides as part of the definition of criminal conduct what crimes in particular are appropriate for consideration. And so just to provide what that definition includes: offenses against people as defined by Title 17A, sexual assaults, kidnapping and criminal restraint, robbery, operating under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs, an act of terrorism, leaving the scene of a motor vehicle accident involving personal injury or death, sexual exploitation, and aggravated sex trafficking or sex trafficking, again, as defined by the criminal code or by the motor vehicle code. So that's generally speaking what is the Victim Compensation Fund, how it works. In terms of the resources it receives monies from a Victim Compensation Fund fee that is assessed on every criminal conviction. It's $20 for every misdemeanor conviction. It's $35 for every felony conviction. Those are amounts authorized by statute. And that money flows in to be used to provide these resources. In addition, there is some federal funding that's available through grant as a match to the state spend. So in addition to the funds from the victim comps fees, there's also some federal grant funds that can match what is spent by the state. And there's also the ability for donations to be received by the Victims' Compensation Fund, which does from time to time occur. I did provide some information, again, for the committee that showed the last 5 years of what the total revenue of the account had been. And so I don't know if that was made available to the entire committee. What you would see is that, oh, thank you very much for that screen share. That provides the numbers. It's probably a lot quicker to look at the numbers as opposed to me reading them out. What you'll see there is not only what's come into the account, but then also what has gone out of the account for claims that have been paid. And you'll also notice the fund balance is getting concerningly low. I had commented at the public hearing, and this is really the need for this request that's before the committee in language, because the courts have not been operating, because we have not seen convictions that would then lead to Victims' Compensation Fund assessments that would flow into the account. And then because we've also seen a decline in prosecutions, either because of the pandemic or because of criminal justice reform efforts, that's just led to an impact on the health of the fund and has created a challenge for the fund to be able to provide resources to victims. I would also add, you'll see that there's restitution that may end up being ordered to the fund. So, sometimes it might take a year, 2 years for a criminal conviction to come to its maturity. If a conviction does occur and the court orders restitution be paid for harm that occurred to a victim, then that restitution would flow back into the Victims' Compensation Fund if the Victims' Compensation Fund was used to provide compensation for that individual. So I doubt I've hit on everything that might be important to the committee's considerations, but I hope that gives a general overview of how the fund is working, what amounts, what resources are in the fund, and why we've come to the legislature asking for some additional resources to be directed to the fund.
Thank you very much. That was a helpful overview. It looks like we have some committee questions. Representative Reckitt, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm very familiar with the Victims' Compensation Fund because it has, at least in its early years, was particularly utilized to assist victims of domestic violence who had to do all manner of things, including changing all the locks on their doors, but also to provide them a restitution in terms of if they had to go to therapy. I'm not talking about counseling that happened free in the domestic violence network, but outside counseling that they needed from the trauma. There were people who lost, their eyeglasses are smashed, their had medical bills. And there's a wide variety of things. And I think that the existence of the Victim Compensation Fund has been a really good thing for victims of domestic violence. I know that a lot of other people have used it as well, but my connection with it was always on that front. And I worried about the same kinds of things that the Attorney General has mentioned, which is that the slowdown in criminal convictions, which on the one hand I love, on the other hand I knew would impact the Victims' Compensation Fund, as well as the funding of the judicial branch of the government. So I think it's important that we try to maintain this fund in a healthy manner. I'm also concerned about the fact that a good chunk of the funding of it comes from a VOCA drawdown. VOCA is the Victims of Crime Act, and there's a huge amount of competition for those funds, and they're not automatic. So I think it would be important for the general fund of the state to take a position that could support the fund into a healthy position financially in order to be able to compensate victims, not just of domestic violence, but rape and sexual assault, and a whole myriad of other crimes that the Attorney General mentioned. But again, my interaction with it was as a huge help for victims of domestic violence. There were no other funds that could do those kinds of things for them. So, and it was appreciated. Thanks.
Did you have a motion, Representative Reckett?
Yes, I'd move that we move this Part R and Part R into the budget, if that's where it goes. I'm a little confused when it's not a number, when it's not doesn't have a particular number. So section R1, is that what we're moving in?
Just R, I think.
Part R.
Okay, so I move
Part R.
R in.
Thank you so much. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Representative Evangelos. And let's see, Senator Keim, go ahead.
Thank you. Peggy, it might be helpful if you share the screen. I had a question for Attorney General Fry on what he provided for information, and thank you for the information. AG Fry, it was very helpful. Is it possible to screen share again, or I can just pull it up myself and ask the questions?
Is it this one or is it the attachment he had?
It was the funding that you already showed, like the breakdowns.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Sorry. Here we go. I'm getting mixed up. Is that what you wanted?
Yes, it is. Thank you. So just a few questions about what is on this. So I am seeing that the money coming in has been from federal match and then also from criminal assessments. But I don't see that there's been general fund put into this in the years shown here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I was wondering, what is the personnel line?
So the Victims Compensation Fund and support for the board is managed by 3 different individuals that support that. So that line is representative of those three different folks.
So there's three positions that support this, and that's the amount of pay and benefits or whatever for them is on top of that. Is that right?
There is, and I'm not immediately recalling what that represents. I can't recall if this was like the paper, the claim, like getting the claims pushed out to the board members, how it supports their access to the information for the claims, the cost of managing, of actually getting the checks cut, sent out. I'm not completely up to speed, or I can't recall just the expanse of what those expenses involve, what the administration expenses involve.
Okay. And then, I mean, there's generally an uptick in the claims paid, but it is fairly significant as well in 2021 as compared to obviously the amount of money that was brought into the fund. Do you have any sort of idea on why you told us why the criminal assessments were down, but then the claims were up significantly. I didn't know if you had any sort of idea on why that would be.
I do not immediately recall what had been provided to me for information as to why the claims have gone up. I don't. So I guess I hesitate to provide an answer that might not be completely accurate. But
Right,
I'm making note of it so that I can turn it around, but I don't have the immediate answer.
Yes, I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Keim asked one of my questions, and that was why the jump from 300-something thousand in claims in 2017 to 615 thousand in 2021. And also, when you throw numbers in front of me, I always look at them and say that doesn't seem like a likely trend. And admin expenses went from 54,000 in 17 down to 16,000. Is that accurate as far as was there positions that were lost or paper that was eliminated or?
You already had a desk.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that it went down, but is that accurate that, with the cost of everything going up, usually expenses is not something that would go from 50, almost 55 down to 16.
So I did make a note of Senator Keim's question about what the administrative expenses entail to report back on. And I can also just confirm why it is we've seen a market decrease from state fiscal year 2017 through to state fiscal year 2021. I don't have the immediate answer for that, but I appreciate that information is valuable to the representative.
Thank you. I just like to say, just make sure it was accurate, that we were looking at the right thing, because in another 5 years, hopefully that'll be down to zero. Yeah.
These numbers, so these are the actuals, right? So these, just to be clear, this is what we pulled from our financial system to provide for the committee. So,
right.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Reckett?
Yeah, if I could just add that there's a time lag on these claims. Victims don't generally apply the minute they get injured or hurt. And so there's sometimes a time lag. So that would explain part, perhaps, of the shift in the claims paid in the last, couple of years. But the other piece is that there would have been way less filings, but more crimes. So that's a little disturbing. But there was, as I think you might have seen in the media, there's been it was a pretty significant increase in domestic violence during the pandemic, but a drop in prosecution. So it's a back and forth, and it's a time lags in both directions that are difficult to predict or figure out what they're going to do to something like the Victims' Compensation Fund. So I'll be interested to see what Attorney General Fry comes up with for back information. But I don't think the numbers are crazy. I just think that it would be helpful if we could explain them to our constituents why they shifted in this kind of way.
Thank you, Representative. Committee members, any other questions? Let's start with questions about this chart for Attorney General Fry. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Committee members, is there any discussion on the pending motion? And so it looks like we're ready for the vote. Representative Evangelos, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really glad to hear we have this kind of a program, especially victims of crime. They don't have much money. It helps their funeral costs and averts a crisis in their lives, which they've already experienced one. So fully in support.
Thank you. Any other committee discussion? Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could see on the previous screen that the fund balance is in fact down as reported by the Attorney General. I would support the transfer from the general fund in a smaller amount rather than the recommended amount.
Okay, so we'll just ask for your report separately once we take the vote. Thank you.
Just thought I'd give just as a heads up.
Okay. Any other discussion, committee members? Not seeing any. I think we're ready for the vote, Soupy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 6 members voting in the affirmative, 5 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty, could you please let us know what your report is?
Yes, my report is for a transfer of $400,000 from the general fund for the purposes specified.
Thank you. And remaining committee members who voted against the motion, could you let us know what your report is?
I would like to join on to Representative Moriarty's report.
I would as well.
And Representative Thorne?
Same.
And Representative Poirier?
Yes.
Okay, thank you all. And so the motion carries 6-5 with 3 absences.
Madam Chair, may I just ask, as far as recording that, since that's not a no vote, and maybe that's Peggy, is this an ought to pass as amended? I'm sorry.
So it's a
Minority.
I mean, it's the budget, so it's not really the usual committee reports. So the way we'll record it is 6 are in favor of what's proposed at 750,000, 5 are in favor of 400,000, and 3 are absent, at least at this point. So you're right, they're not really yes or no. 6 support it as written, 5 support a change. 3 are absent.
Okay, it's not a no. With change.
Sure.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
So thank you. I think we've got it clarified. So I think that brings us to the end of the Attorney General part of the budget, and now the judicial branch part of the budget.
All right. So we are starting on page, I believe it's 8 for the judicial branch. And I'm not sure who's here from the judicial branch. I think Amy Quinlan and Dennis Corliss are here to answer questions. And I'm not sure if you want to bring them in from the very beginning. And I'm not sure what your schedule is. Page 8, here we go.
Yeah, I will bring them in, and I have bad manners. I forgot to thank the Attorney General for being with us this morning. Thank you, Attorney General. And we'll bring in Amy Quinlan and Dennis Corliss.
So I realize this is a lengthy process. If anybody has a suggestion for doing it other than initiative at a time, that's great. I realize that some of these are related, but some of them are also not related as closely, that you probably won't be able to do them as a block. But there are a couple that have a funding from 2 different sources, so those you will be able to treat those together.
Okay.
So if you want to just start, and Ms. Quinlan and Mr. Corliss have watched what you've done with the Attorney General's office, so we can just start. And I will share my screen.
Yep, thank you. And then we'll ask for comments from the Judicial Department and then have committee questions on each initiative.
So this is page 8 of your packet. Section A22 is the Judicial Department, and the first item is reference 849. And it continues and makes permanent 2 assistant clerk positions previously established by financial order to support the additional work created with the implementation of new processes and technologies introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is general fund money. It creates 2 permanent positions. The all other costs would be absorbed in the existing budget.
Thank you. Amy Quinlan or Dennis Corliss, did you want to make any brief comments about that before we turn to committee questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This request, as many of our others, are targeted to what we have realized is a shortfall in services, resources. A lot of these requests are targeted towards that. I think I spoke about that in the public hearing. I don't have much to add with regard to that, but really, truly, these requests are targeted. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions on reference 849? Not seeing any questions. Senator Keim, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question, but I would like a corner caucus for probably 10 minutes, if that would be all right.
Yes, that is fine. It is 11:40 now, and we also have been meeting for more than 2 hours straight. So we'll take a 10-minute corner caucus and return at 11:50.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Hi, committee members. If you have returned to your desk, could you please activate your audio and video? We'll resume in just a moment. And I actually should have said restart your video because not everybody likes to have their audio on during the work sessions, but the video is essential. All right, committee members, it looks like most of us have been able to return to our desks, so we'll resume this section of the budget related to the judicial department. And I just want to let committee members know our plans for how we're going to adjust our schedule today because we do have a very full day. So what we're going to do is we're going to finish the judicial department section of the budget. And then we're going to take a recess for lunch. When we come back, we'll do our work session on 1626 at 1 as had been previously scheduled. And then we'll take up our discussion of the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services at the end of the day today. And if we find that we don't have time to do that today, we can try to reschedule it for Wednesday or Thursday. So that is how we will proceed. And with that, I think we had just started to dive into the first budget initiative. And committee members, I know that I had opened it up for questions of Amy Quinlan or Dennis Corliss on initiative 849. Are there any questions, committee members? Is there a motion? Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move reference number 849.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Harnett. Senator Keim, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay in my question. I just wanted to know, previously established by a financial order, can you remind me, Ms. Quinlan, what that means?
So I'm going to ask Dennis to speak to that if he would.
By financial order, we're able to create a position during the year using any excess personal services that we have after attrition's met or whatever. So those were created for this year. I believe they were created back in December. And they're only through the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, so just for my own clarification, I'll restate to you what I think I understand you saying is that the judicial branch can itself take revenue that is excess as long as it was already designated for personnel and create a position, but they can't permanently create it until the legislature approves of the legislative count. Is that, do I have that? Am I understanding that correctly?
It's absolutely correct. And we can only establish it through the end of the current fiscal year. So even though in this budget cycle, we couldn't create it for 23 until we were in 23 and could justify that we had the excess personal services available to fund it. Or we could fund it with all other, but we'd have to identify some funding source already provided to us.
Right. And so then at this point, it gets added to the baseline budget as these extra positions. but the positions that the money was left over from, those still remain, right? Those weren't removed.
No, and, right. I just want to be clear. We could only do it through this fiscal year.
Understood. Yes, thank you.
Representative Reckett?
I remember, I think during my first term in the legislature, there was a great hoopla when a position was created by financial order. The struggle was between the Attorney General and the governor at that point, but the governor had to approve financial orders. Is that still the case, or is it not the case for judiciary?
It's not the case for judiciary. They come right to
Okay.
to your appropriations committee. So there is a legislative committee that also approves all financial orders.
Right, but it's a different process than the rest of state government would have to
Right.
have the governor's approval.
Right. That's
Okay.
correct. And that's in statute.
Yeah, thank you.
And on the question, Senator Keim, on permanency, only the legislature can make them permanent. We can't make them permanent at all.
Thank you for the questions and the information. Committee members, any other discussion of Initiative 849? The committee ready for the vote? Thank you, Supi. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And so the motion carries 8-3. And we'll go on to the next reference number 850.
Reference number 850 continues and makes permanent 2 law clerk positions previously established by a financial order. These will support they do support the in-depth review of debt buyer actions as required in the Maine Revised Statutes, Title 32, and to support the backlog of cases resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. So these are law clerks as opposed to court clerks. 2 positions, general fund revenue, this makes them permanent.
Thank you very much. And I see that we have some committee questions, and committee members, if these are questions for either Amy Quinlan or Dennis Corliss, please indicate that. And Senator Keim, go ahead with your question.
I was thinking that Peggy could answer my question, but if not, someone else is welcome to. I was just wondering if you could tell me what debt buyer actions are.
I think that's where there are entities that buy consumer debt and then try to collect on it, but I'm not really sure. So I'm hoping Ms. Quinlan is nodding her head. Oh, and you know who would really know is Senator Sanborn, because that came through her committee.
Amy Quinlan, did you wish to answer the question?
That is correct. And the reason for these law clerk positions are the the need for them is because there was, by statute, a heightened level of review for these cases. And so it's just taking more resources, and then, of course, the pandemic issues that we've addressed. But that is correct.
Thank you. Are you all set, Senator Khan? Okay, Senator Sanborn?
Yeah, I actually put my hand up to just let the committee know a little bit more of the background here, because this was actually my bill, and a couple of different bills actually, but we have very strong protections in place for consumers, so that debt buyers, which is an entire industry, can't simply sell off a spreadsheet listing a bunch of debts and then try to collect on a spreadsheet. Without having the documentation as to whether they actually have the evidence that the debt was owed, that it wasn't paid off, and that it wasn't, otherwise forgiven. For example, some of this is medical debt, and some of it is other types of consumer debt. This is an issue very similar to the mortgage fraud cases that we saw, where mortgages were trying to be collected on without any backup materials. It's that whole robo-signing scandal that occurred during the tail end of the financial crisis and was part of what caused that. This is a similar consumer protection issue, and it's an evidentiary issue, which is why it lands in the courts for them to be able to examine that the evidence backing up these claims is adequate. The real issue is that if you take these cases to court and no one shows up, you get a default judgment and you turn a fake amount due into a real amount due without evidence, because a default judgment is an amount due because you didn't show up and defend yourself from what was really a fake claim in the first place. Or an unsupported claim in the first place. So that's the additional context there. And this is a really important consumer protection function of our courts.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and many thanks to Senator Sanborn for her explanation of what a debt buyer action is. I would not have been able to answer that question myself. My question now, though, goes to the second half of the equation, and that is review for legal sufficiency. What does a permanent law clerk of the Judicial Department do if a debt buyer action is commenced to ascertain legal sufficiency?
So, Representative, I can't speak to the documentation that they're looking at, but because of the additional information that needs to be submitted, as Senator Sanborn outlined, so these cases have to have the appropriate paperwork and background in order to be heard. And so, as Senator Sanborn was talking about before this bill, cases were allowed to be submitted without meeting really any minimum requirement that the information that they were presenting was even addressing the right creditor, and that the fees that were being, the amounts that were being claimed were had some basis in evidence. And so the law clerks are actually reviewing, helping the jurist to review those submissions to meet that sort of standard level of sufficiency to be able to be adjudicated.
If I can follow up, Madam Chair. Oh, go ahead.
I'm just going to say, and this is, sort of been an ongoing thing just in terms of, it just requires a lot of effort to look at it, and they're sort of pulling from other cases just because the standard is higher than it was previous to this statute to prevent the fraud, exactly that, as Senator Sanborn, a potential fraud, as Senator Sanborn had outlined.
So, Ms. Quinlan, unlike, let's say, a medical malpractice case, these kinds of cases, as I understand you, are screened at an early stage before you get into the various facets of litigation?
Well, it's screened to make sure that the person who is filing the matter has met certain evidentiary standards to be able to bring the case. So as opposed to just saying person X owes X amount of money, they actually have to bring forth some evidence to substantiate that the debt exists. So it's paperwork. As with the disclosure, the foreclosure issues, this is the same issue that occurs in the consumer debt area, where prior to this legislation, folks could bring an action without that minimum level of evidence to be able to bring that case. So that's what this review would entail.
So is the plaintiff involved in a review of his or her action or its action?
I believe that their submissions are outlined in the statute, and what they need to submit as part of that case is then reviewed by the law clerk to make sure that they've met those standards to be able to go forward.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Amy Quinlan. Senator Kime?
Thank you, Ms. Quinlan. Just for my reference, and this is not my question, but this is in addition to my question. What was the LD number on that bill? That
I don't have the LD number in front of me.
It doesn't
Senator.
matter.
I
I
just
can
have
find
the
out.
statutory. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yep. No worries. So no, my question about this really is, so then when this bill was passed, did the court put a fiscal note on it? And is that this reflection then in legislative count, or how does that work?
So Senator Kime, we did not put a fiscal note on this. I did not believe at the time. So it's after the fact that we are asking for funding these positions. I don't know that we understood at the time the level of effort it would take to review these pieces of legislation. So it's after the fact.
Thank you for that.
Committee members, is there any additional questions or perhaps a motion? Senator Sanborn?
I'll move this item in.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Harnett. Any additional discussion, committee members? It appears that we are ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Kime.
No.
Senator Kime votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so the motion carries 7-4 with 3 absences, and we'll move on to reference number 851. And actually, Peggy, I really appreciate you doing all the screen sharing. I just want to check in with committee members. I know we've all had some time with these documents. Does the screen sharing continue to be helpful to people?
I don't think I need it.
Yeah, so does anybody have a preference for the screen sharing? And we are not seeing any preferences, so we'll just look at each other as we work our way through this.
Great.
But Peggy, if you could just introduce each one. Thank you.
Sure. So 851 starts at the bottom of page 8. It establishes 5 assistant clerk positions to docket, process, file, and manage matters before the court in support of the main courts throughout the state. These are 5 new positions in the general fund.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions? Is there a motion? Senator Keim, go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if it's for Ms. Quinlan or Mr. Corliss. Just wondering why 5?
So I think that the Y5 is all of our requests total a number of 10 clerk positions that we were seeking in different facets. This is the second request that you're looking at. That includes the request for 5. So it's 10 total. The reason why 10 is that is the minimum number. When we were doing looking at our resources and where we felt we could use assistance in clerk offices across the state, this is a number that we looked at that we thought would assist us, but was probably we need more, but we wanted to not be excessive. And so this is really our assessment of what minimum level of additional clerk assistance we need at this time.
So you're asking for 10 total. I saw another 3 and I'm probably just missing where the other 2 are at this moment, and they're just, how are they spread out then?
So the 2 that we talked about before in Bangor, they're existing. And remember that those were the ones I believe that we spoke about in reference number 849. These additional 5, we haven't yet, there are several places, quite honestly, that they could go. I think we'll make that assessment once we know what that total will look like, and we'll be able to position them across the state, depending upon where the backlog numbers are, depending upon which courts need more assistance with, some of the pandemic issues, and then going forward. So we have several targeted. Bangor was one. As you could see, we established those positions by financial order because that was really where we needed the most help right off the bat. But so I can't definitively tell you where these positions will go. We will look at that when we understand what our resources are and how we'll be able to distribute those. But the need is statewide.
Thank you.
Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Quinlan, are you proposing that these be permanent positions?
Yes.
Is there some rationale for adding them to deal with the pandemic-related backlog, but yet not create permanent positions?
Representative Moriarty, that is exactly why we're trying to be conservative in this request. We recognize that there is need to address the backlog, but we didn't want to ask for things other than through one-time requests, as you'll see in our request further on, that we're only going to be dealing with the backlog because that wouldn't justify a full-time position. It is our assessment that these positions are needed to help us deal with our dockets now and into the future. Partly because we feel that we were under-resourced before the pandemic. The pandemic revealed that. And then also going forward, particularly as we're taking advantage of some of the technology pieces, the remote proceedings and all of the rest, which have become really critical part of our business and the way we do business. And it's our assessment that we will continue to use those those technologies going forward. It is very helpful to the system-wide, but it does take more resources. So that's in part why we settled on 10, so that it would answer both pandemic, but also long-term.
Okay, thank you.
Not seeing any additional questions, committee members, is there a motion? Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move item 851.
And is there a second? Seconded by Senator Sanborn. Is the committee ready for the vote? Thank you, Supi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
I just need to check for a moment because I saw Representative Babbage on the screen and then he disappeared. And I wasn't sure if he was on the screen in time to vote. Representative Babbage, did you wish to vote on reference number 851?
I do not, because I don't have that in front of me and know not what the motion is. So I purposely was not there.
Okay, thank you. All right, and so I'm sorry, could you re-announce the vote?
I would be more than happy to. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Well, thank you. And so the motion carries 7-4 with 3 absences. Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wondering if it's not too much of an inconvenience for the committee if we could verbally announce what our motion is after the vote, so that in case anybody that's watching on, they'll know. We assume it, we know it, and I know that we're trying to cut time here, but it would only take a second if you'd indulge me on that.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Thank you.
Thank you. Minority report on my account would be ought not to pass.
Yeah, we earlier on, Representative, we had discussed the fact that if the minority report is something other than a straight no, that people would indicate that. So let's just assume that that is the case, unless.
Right, and I went along with that, but after I got thinking about it, there are other people that are watching this that may not know and assume as we did that the vote is ought not to pass. So I just want to make that part of the public recorded record if I could, please.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to the next budget item, 852.
Okay, 852 is it provides funding for an increase in temporary staffing contracts for marshal services. This is all other. I believe this is a one-time payment, so that won't go into the baseline going forward. And I'm sure that Mr. Corliss will correct me if I got that wrong.
Yes, that's meant to be permanent. What it represents is an increase for our marshals that are hired through manpower and increasing their rate to what we just established as step 1 rate for state employees. So it brings them almost up to the step 1 of a deputy marshal. They're also law enforcement officers, and their rate will be paid to $20 an hour. They had been at or are at $17.53 an hour. And we had difficulty hiring. That's why we brought it up with the negotiated rates of the other marshals.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions? Is there a motion? Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move item 852 in.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Evangelos. Any discussion? Not seeing any. It looks like we're ready for the vote, and this is the vote on the motion to move into the budget, item number 852.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Representative, we're not able. Oh,
Yes, sorry.
Thank you very much. Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 10 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members voting in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And so the motion carries 10-2 with 2 absences. And the 2 who voted no, are you an ought not to pass?
Yes.
Thank you. And we'll move on to initiative 853.
Thank you. Reference number 853 provides funding for an increase in lease costs at multiple court locations across the state. This is all other from the general fund.
Any questions, committee members? There a motion? Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move reference item number 853 into the budget.
Thank you. And is there a second? Representative Evangelos?
Second, Representative Harnett's motion.
Thank you. Any committee discussion? I am not seeing any. It appears that we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes, I'm sorry. Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I will recall the absentees. Senator Hagan, Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 10 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members voting in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And for those voting against, are you just an ought not to pass?
Yes.
Thank you. And so the motion carries 10-2 with 2 absences. We'll move on to initiative 854.
Thanks. I think you can do 854 and 855 at the same time. They're moving 3 assistant clerk positions from other special revenue funds to general fund within the same program. So 854 is the three additional positions in the general fund and the money that goes with that. 855 is deleting that, subtracting that out of their other special revenue funds position and money wise. It looks like these positions are vacant right now, but they are still needed.
Thanks. Committee members, any questions about these initiatives? Or Representative Moriarty, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Peggy, are these two items taken together a wash?
Maybe to the judicial branch, but it's an additional cost to the general fund, and they will not be paid out of other special revenue. So same 3 positions for the judicial branch, but the funding will come from the general fund.
And it has come from where to this point?
I'm not sure what their other special revenue funds, where that comes from. It does mention something about the revenue in the foreclosure mediation program has been on a decline. I know that that was a huge program that the courts ran, and so maybe that is the source of the other special revenue. That is definitely something the judicial branch folks will have to answer.
I can take that one. They were the foreclosure diversion program, and it's been probably a couple of years that we haven't had them filled because of lack of funding. And the reason it was put in its own initiative is the headcount exists statewide, and we were moving the funding from other special revenue to which we didn't have for that, and moving it to the general fund. And those would be permanent changes.
Thank you. Senator Keim?
I had a similar question, but I think I missed, Mr. Corliss, just one thing that you said about why your foreclosure mediation program wasn't happening as much anymore. It was reduced, or is it gone altogether? I missed the reason why.
No, we have the funding. We have the program that's still in existence. It's just there weren't as many foreclosures processed, and so the fees weren't coming in to be able to support these 3 positions. It does support a few other positions in the program, but we had to eliminate or not hire these 3 because we just didn't have adequate funding in that program.
And so with these clerk positions, are they focused on the foreclosure mediation program, or they're just generally clerk positions? They aren't solely for this program. Am I right?
Right. There wouldn't be no relationship to the program, but since we have them vacant and the head count exists, we just moved the head count.
Right. And if I might, the need is now broader than that. The need is no longer in this program. It's really more general throughout the state. And this is the 3rd of the 3 requests that I had mentioned that completes the complement of 10 clerk resources that we're requesting.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Committee member, Representative Harnett?
I'm prepared to make a motion if it's appropriate.
Go ahead.
I move items, reference numbers 854 and 855 into the budget.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Sanborn. And is the committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorn.
Nay.
Representative Thorn votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 9 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And for those who voted no, are you a straight no?
Ought not to pass.
Appears to be the case. And so the motion carries 9-3 with 2 absences. And that pertains to numbers 854 and 855. So we'll move on to reference number 856.
856 establishes one human resources generalist position. This is a general fund position, and the funding comes from the general fund. It's a new position. It's aiding in administrative tasks and the other to alleviate the strain on existing staff in their human resources department.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions? Is there a motion? No. Okay. Representative Arnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move reference number 856 into the budget.
Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Sanborn. Any committee discussion? Not seeing any. I think we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorn.
Nay.
Representative Thorn votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 5 members voting in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And for those who voted against the pending motion, are you a straight ought not to pass?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So the motion carries 7-5 with 2 absences. And now we'll move on to 857.
Great. I think you can do 857 and 858 together because it creates a new position in the general fund for one court management analyst position. But it's funded 75% from general fund and 25% from federal expenditures. So it's really all one position.
Okay, great. So thank you very much. Committee members, any questions about 857 and 858? Representative Thorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peggy, is this a new position that?
It is a new position.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I am not seeing any other questions. Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The narrative indicates that the purpose of the position is to improve the quality of court processes and legal representation. I'm not sure I understand that.
So the position is one for a court management analyst that really relates to the requirement under the CIP grant to collect and report on data. The position, though, would be broader than that and to assist the judicial branch more broadly with the evaluation of data and responding to requests and the like. And so the CIP program itself, that grant, is dedicated towards improving process and representation and looking at basically court processes to make sure that we're working effectively. There's a bunch of different initiatives under this and different committees that from a federal perspective are created from a federal perspective to look at improvements within the system. So, but this specific position is more, would be needed to address the requirements under the grant to report on data, and then more broadly to address the need within the courts to have more capacity to be able to do more analysis of the information that we have and report out.
Senator Kime?
I don't quite understand this position still, even with that explanation. Is this, so this is a tech person? And what kind of, I mean, in what kind of court, I mean, what's the objective of the federal government having more data on how the court in Maine is run?
So it's a grant program that's focused on improving the court system, particularly in the area of child welfare. And so there are a series of initiatives that have been driven by that. I think that one of the, well, there are many, I don't want to get into all of the different specifics, but so the federal grant itself is targeted at improving the child welfare system. But with that grant comes certain reporting requirements, and back to the federal government in compliance with the grant. And so the court management analyst is not a tech person. It's really looking at the information and being able to measure different implementations that come out as a result of this grant and look at whether what we're trying to do is efficient and effective. And the same use of that position would be made more broadly as we're looking at, evaluating even pending caseloads and what initiatives we might take to address that. That's really what the court management analyst would be targeted to do.
And I'd add that they do have a need for technical background, but they are not part of our IT group. So on the federal side, for instance, the DHHS 4D program, where we have to do certain reporting out. That's a very difficult process for us to do, even using technology, as we trade information back and forth with DHHS, and people come in and out of the program. And so some quarters they're in, some quarters are out, and they might be in there for a partial period. So it's just not a simple data query. And so this position would be assisting in that area, and that's why it would be eligible under the CIP program. There can be other federal programs that we're doing, but that would be the largest and child related. But in addition to that, as we get more and more data, we get more and more requests for data. And so they would help us also pull that out of the system for answering, whether it's legislative questions, questions for the press, or Freedom of Information Act type request. Right now we have a single court management analyst that does all of that, and we're just very behind and be able to pull that data out. So we're trying to shore up that whole area. And this is one of the two positions that we requested. This one would be brand new. The other one that we'll talk about shortly, and I forgot the number, 860, is reclassing a position that did some of that work, but we're looking to expand that in that other position. And both of those would be permanent changes.
And you said the other position is what number?
It'd be 860 where,
860.
and that one's a little more complicated because I think we just changed the funding earlier, which was approved, and now we're going to be reclassing the position. We had to do it in 2 steps.
Okay, and but this other one, 860, their job is similar, but it isn't, they won't be doing the CIP work, so their job would not be having the federal funding attached to it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Any other discussion, committee members? Not seeing any. It looks like we are ready for the vote.
We have a motion.
Oh, did we not? I thought we had a motion. Do we have a motion? Yes, Representative Arnett?
If we have a motion, I missed it, but I will gladly provide it or duplicate.
Okay, go ahead.
Items, reference numbers 857 and 858 into the budget.
Thank you. And my notes were wrong. I apologize to everyone. Is there a second on that motion? Representative Thorne, are you seconding the motion?
I am not, Madam Chair.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion? Seconded by Representative Reckitt. Representative Thorne, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to make sure that I had heard correct. Is reference number 860 not being included in this vote? Where
That is correct. We haven't gotten to that yet.
it's the same but separate. It's tied into it, but it's going to be voted on separately. Same position.
The pending motion pertains to references 857 and 858, and we'll get to 860 in a little bit, but we're not there yet.
Not part of this vote.
This is 857 and 858.
Correct. Thank you.
Any other discussion, committee members? Looks like we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan, yes, Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 5 members voting in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so the motion carries 7-5 with 2 absences. And we will move on to reference number 859.
Thank you. 859 starts at the bottom of page 11. It provides funding for the statewide cost allocation plan. It's $80,000 in the second year of the biennium. This is all other. And it's coming from other special revenue. And I'm not sure where that is, but it's not general fund.
Okay, and just Amy Quinlan, if you could just give us in a nutshell a quick explanation of this, because I think committee members might have questions.
So I am definitely going to ask Dennis to address this.
Okay, I chose the wrong person. Thank you.
This is more a house cleaning item for us. We have state cap throughout our budget, and that's the indirect cost plan for state government for shared services or things like the controller's office or whatever that gets split up to federal programs, and it's all, or general fund programs, all based on expenditures. So in the other special, this account, and I don't recall which one it is, we just didn't have the allotment established. So we always have to establish it by financial order to be able to pay those. So this is just cleaning it up, putting it in the allotment so we don't have to go through that process. It always gets paid. It has to get paid.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions? Or is there a motion? Did you have a motion, Representative Moriarty?
I had a question first.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Corliss, I was previously totally unfamiliar with the statewide cost allocation plan. As I understand your comments, do all departments and agencies sort of contribute to a joint pool from which various expenses are paid?
That's absolutely correct, and it's approved by the feds also. So it's not something that's just, it's established on what those expenses are. They get approved by the feds, and then you can charge their share to them or to these other special revenue programs. And it's for things outside the judicial branch, but just there's certain OIT expenses, or like I mentioned, the controller's office is an obvious one where it does something for everybody. So you can put those expenses there, and that's how they get paid.
And you've made this your fair share in the past by special order, as opposed to a line item in the budget.
We have line items in the budget for it. It's just this other special revenue account didn't have one, and so, or sufficient, so we're increasing it. If that makes sense.
Yes. Okay, thanks.
Did you also want to make a motion, Representative Moriarty?
Yes, I'll move item or reference 859.
And is there a second? Senator Keim, did you wish to second that? No. Okay. Is there a second, committee members? Seconded by Representative Harnett. Senator Keim, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Corliss, I guess I questioning a little bit if there's one specific fund or that is, it's gone up by $80,000. So every, I forgot how you worded it, but I understand that there's costs that come in and you have excess funds that paid it currently, but now you're saying it's going to increase by 80,000, which seems significant.
I'm not positive, but I believe it's related to the 4D program and expenditures out of that.
The what program?
4D. The money comes from DHHS to pay certain expenses for the judicial branch through that fund. And we just had never established the appropriate state cap number, but we have to pay it each quarter or each year. And we do it through financial financial order to get the allotment available to us. So the fund has to have the cash. We're automatically charged that by the state. It's a rate that's determined by expenditures in that particular account. The state cap isn't due. All agencies pay state cap. It's just we didn't have sufficient allotment in this program to pay it without doing a financial order to pay it. That's why I referred to it as housekeeping.
Right,
If you voted no now, then we would have to do it by financial order. So it still would get done, if that makes sense.
Understood. It just wouldn't go into your baseline budget.
Correct.
Thank you.
So we have to also have the cash available to pay it. And it's dependent on whatever expenses that we have.
Committee members, any additional discussion before we move on to the vote? I am not seeing any. Thank you, Soupy. And the motion is as it is on all of these, moving item 598 into the budget.
Call the roll.
We're ready. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. So the motion carries 8-4 with 2 absences. And now we'll move on and combine the next 2 initiatives, 860 and 861.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that the other court management position, court management analyst position is 866, not 860, because this is 860 and 861. This reallocates one manager of the court alternative dispute resolution position from 100% other special revenue funds to 65% other special revenue funds and 35% general fund within the same program. One civil process and foreclosure diversion program manager from 100% other special revenue funds to 65% other special revenue funds and 35% general fund within the same program. And one administrative data assistant position from 100% other special revenue funds to 55% other special revenue funds and 45% general fund within the same program, and transfers all other personnel services, to personal services to fund the reallocation. So no really additional positions. Partial funding is moving from other special revenue to the general fund for each of these 3 positions.
Thank you. Committee members, is there a motion to start us off on this item? Are there any committee questions for representatives of the Judicial Department?
Senator Carney, if I might just add one thing.
Yes, go ahead.
This is just changing the funding from special revenue to general fund. So in the other special revenue, it's just reducing that by the amount of the change, but the funding for it is actually coming from our all other account. So we're self-funding these changes. And the reason we're doing that is we pretty much have been through time doing it that way. The accounts haven't been able to support these expenses. So we've moved all other to be able to do that. And so it's more house cleaning, trying to make it permanent, what we've had to do over the last several years. But there's, it does reduce the pressure on those other special revenue accounts that we have been supporting.
Thank you for that additional information. Representative Harnett?
My question was answered by Mr. Corliss right there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Corliss, could you explain to me, when you say self-funding, where did those funds come from originally? Is that kind of like a slush fund that judiciary keeps of leftover monies or non-allocated or?
It's how we pay our other special revenue costs, so the legislature appropriates in all other line to cover all those other expenses. So we're taking a reduction in that and moving it into personal services to cover these costs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Committee members, is there, Senator Keim, go ahead.
Yes, and thank you for that answer, Mr. Corliss. But one further question I have is, does that mean that these were not full-time positions previously? Like they were limited time positions and now they're full-time positions? Because I remember we had that discussion and I'm trying to figure it out if they're related or if it's different.
It's different. These are 3 full-time positions. They've been full-time all along. So what happens is some of these personal services costs hitting the other special revenue fund, when they don't have sufficient resources to cover it, we end up having to move other special revenue to cover the fund. So they get paid out of the other special revenue, but it's only because we're moving those all other monies there to help support it. So this is making, and we don't see that changing in the future. So we still need the positions. So we're, rather than doing it the way we've been doing it, just making it the way it actually should be in the budget. So we can, that's why we're able to self-fund it, because we've been supporting those positions anyway through the other special revenue fund. So
right. And I mislabeled my question by saying full-time when I really meant permanent, like, because the other positions were not permanent positions because they were funded differently and then we are making them permanent, but these have been permanent positions anyway.
Yes, all of them.
Yeah, thank you.
So when Mr. Corliss says they're self-funded, what this is doing is transferring money from the all other line to the personal services line. So there was actually no net change to the general fund.
Thank you, both Dennis Corliss and Peggy, for that additional information. Committee members, are there any other questions on these 2 items? And is there a motion? Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move items reference number 860 and 861 into the budget.
Thank you. And Representative Evangelos?
Yes, that's the second. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion, committee members? Not seeing any. We're ready for the vote. Go ahead, Supi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Excuse me.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 12 members voting in the affirmative, 0 members in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And so the motion carries 12 to 0 with 2 absences. And with that, that brings us to a little bit after 1 o'clock when our work session on LD 1626 was supposed to have started. And what I'd like to propose to the committee, because we have had many work sessions on 1626 and really need to move forward with that legislation. This is our first work session on the budget. I would request that we table our work on the budget. We've made great progress today. And then what we would do is take a half-hour recess, return at 1:30 and take up LD 1626. Again, we don't know what's going to happen on Thursday, so we could finish our budget work on Thursday. We also are authorized to conduct committee meetings on Friday, and so we could finish our work on the budget at that point if necessary. And so with that, I'll recognize Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to table the remaining budget items.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Representative Evangelos seconds. And committee members, if we can do this by a show of hands, and if that doesn't work, if it's not unanimous, we'll do a roll call. All those in favor of the tabling motion? I don't think it is unanimous. Oh, it does look like it is unanimous. Okay. And so with that, our work on the budget is tabled for now. And thank you very much, Dennis Corliss and Amy Quinlan. We will let you know as soon as possible when we are rescheduling the continued work on the budget. We appreciate your help today.
Thank you very much.
And so committee members, we will be in recess until 1:35, at which time we will take up 1626. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Janet.
Hi, Janet.
Good afternoon.
Committee members, as you return from lunch, please activate your video so we can begin our afternoon's work. Good afternoon, Representative Newell.
Good afternoon.
For members of the public who are tuning in, we had a late lunch break and I am waiting for committee members to return. As soon as that has happened, we will begin our afternoon's work.
I'll just let folks know that I'm going to be here off camera for a few minutes while I finish my soup so that you don't have to watch me eat on camera, but I am listening closely. Thanks.
Sure, we're probably going to be a couple of minutes, Senator. We've really didn't give people that much time to grab their soup, like you.
Hi, Representative Newell.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
Rena.
Just so folks know, I am delaying the beginning of our afternoon because I do have a short statement that I'd like to go over before we begin our work, and I'm hopeful to have as many members of our committee present for that. So with your indulgence, I'm going to wait a few more minutes. Good afternoon, committee members, members of the public, those in the attendee room. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee meeting for Tuesday, March 15th of 2022. I would first like to welcome Representative Rena Newell and give her the opportunity to introduce herself.
Thank you, Chair Harnett. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rena Newell, and I serve as the Passamaquoddy Tribal Representative.
Thank you, and it's very nice to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
Before we begin our afternoon's work, I'd like to ask for your indulgence to make a brief statement. The relationship between the state of Maine and our First Nations has been fraught with difficulty. The history has often not been pretty. In Maine, it has been filled with conflict, legal and otherwise, with that conflict being to the detriment of the Wabanaki people and the state of Maine. We have seen a history of broken treaties, broken promises, that has led to poverty and a lack of opportunity for too many people. Our Indigenous people have been treated as wards of the state. They've been treated as less than, as less valued under both Maine law and regulation. And that history is painful. But it is even more painful to those people who lived under a system marked by inequality and whose ancestors lived that way as well. We cannot rewrite or recreate that history. We are, however, trying to find a different and better path forward. I like to believe that we are all committed to that effort. Having said that, we also cannot deny that the issues we are addressing and discussing inflicted great pain and created serious and lasting trauma in many, many people, primarily the members of Maine's First Nations. Even when we discuss those issues and try to find solutions, we open old wounds and sometimes revive painful trauma. I want us to be mindful of that during today's work session. I know that I am going to try to be mindful of that. I've watched many of our prior public hearings and work sessions on matters related to the Wabanaki people. I have heard from members of Maine's tribes and from my constituents that those proceedings have sometimes been hurtful and difficult to watch. I've questioned some of the words I've chosen in some of those public hearings and work sessions. And I know that we all know this, but I think it bears repeating. Words matter. Tone matters. Words matter. Tone matters. I do not want for me or anyone else to use words that open those old wounds and establish a tone that causes trauma. I ask us all to be mindful of those realities and goals today, and I thank you all in advance for doing just that. As I explained, this afternoon is going to be a time for committee questions. After those questions have been asked and answered, this committee will vote on LD 1626. For me, having worked on these issues beginning in the 1990s when I was in the Office of the Attorney General, and having served on this committee in the 129th legislature, where some of us voted on LD 2094, a predecessor of today's bill, I know exactly how I'm going to vote on LD 1626, an act implementing the recommendations of the Task Force on Changes to the Maine Indian Claims Settlement Act brought forward by our colleague, Representative Talbot Ross. I suspect that many members of this committee also know exactly how they're going to vote. And I mention all of this because we are nearing quite quickly the end of this legislative session, and we must vote this and all of our other bills out of our committee so they can be considered by the full legislature. While we need to be deliberate, we also need to be efficient. When posing questions today, please ask yourself, am I trying to elicit information that might realistically change my vote or the vote of another committee member? If the answer is no, ask if we are simply extending the length of this process and with that risking increasing pain and trauma, even if that is not our intent. I say this recognizing that over the last 2 years of the 130th legislature, we have had multiple public hearings, multiple work sessions, and informational meetings on these topics. I truly believe it is time to bring this committee process to its conclusion. I'm not telling anyone what to do. I'm simply asking us to all be mindful as we work through 1626, mindful of our words, mindful of our tone, mindful of our behavior, and vote it out however you personally see fit at the end of this day. I thank you for giving me the time to speak those words. In terms of process this afternoon, I'm going to open the work session on LD 1626. And I want to let you know that after the last work session that we had last week, Senator Carney and I reached out to our Republican leads to try to talk about a good path forward. We were able to meet with Representative David Hagan, and unfortunately, Senator Keim had pre-existing personal obligations that I knew she had to attend to. But Representative Hagan suggested a path forward, and we are going to use that this afternoon. The first thing we're going to do is hear from our analyst, Janet Stocco, about the most recent amendments to LD 1626. Then we are going to open up the work session for committee questions on 5 separate areas. 1, the application of federal Indian law. 2, tribal land acquisition and natural resources. 3, taxation. 4, civil and criminal jurisdiction, including gaming, which is subject to state law under LD 1626, along with sovereign immunity. And 5th and finally, the consultation process established in 1626 between the state government and our tribal nations. We will take those in the order listed, and when that topic is open, questions will be only on that topic, so we focus and don't jump around. I've asked the representatives of the state to please identify the best person that they want to have answer those questions. And I have been told that primarily that will be Assistant Attorney General Kim Pat Wharton, although with policy questions, those questions might go to Jerry Reed of the Governor's Office. I've also invited all of the tribal attorneys to indicate which areas they feel most comfortable in discussing, and I will move those folks in and out of the room as those questions are posed. My goal, and I hope it's our goal, is to get through this as efficiently as possible and try to have a vote, and we will have a vote on LD 1626 before the end of the day. And with that, I'm not going to talk that much more. I am going to turn it over to our analyst, Janet, to please walk us through the most recent materials and amendments that you sent us last night. And welcome to the committee, Janet.
Thank you. Would you, I don't know if everyone's had a chance to print it out, so I could screen share. I leave that to your direction.
I think it might, we've been flooded with, a couple hundred emails today. So I think it might have been difficult for people to find that. So screen sharing would be helpful. Thank you.
Understood. So the most recent amendment was sent by the sponsor through me, but it's from the sponsor yesterday. And you can tell it's the most recent if it has this star in the box at the top, because I use the stars to indicate changes of note from the last sponsor's proposed amendment. So
Janet,
the last,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you increase the size of that a little bit? I don't
I'm
know about.
trying, but the labeling is, I'm gonna have to move it around because there's a weird label on top of it for me. I don't know why. The zoom control is like literally right on top of the thing I needed to press. Sorry about that. Is that big enough?
It's bigger.
I'll try one more.
Thank you. That's great.
So what this amendment does is most of the changes incorporate the changes that were proposed by the tribal attorney that the sponsor, I can't think of the word, but that she proposed as her amendment. She sponsored that amendment. That was the word I was looking for. And so a lot of the things that you'll see highlighted are changes that were already proposed before you. So I tried to put a star by the ones that you might want to focus on today as being different from what you've seen before. Not every word is exactly the same from before, but I'm only going to point out the real changes. So for example, this doesn't have a star. So this was already in the proposed amendment from the tribal attorneys that was sponsored by Representative Talbot Ross. So if we scroll down and I'm just looking for the blue stars, the first change is here in the definition of the Holton Band Trust land. The importance of the star here is to point out to you that what will happen is the definition in the Maine Implementing Act will be repealed and a new paragraph or a new definition subsection will be put in to define Holton Band Trust land using the definition that the tribal attorneys have proposed before. But the importance of repealing and replacing the definition is that there is some potential question about whether this definition ever took place, because this is that 1981 public law. And so to avoid any question of whether this definition ever took effect, we would just repeal it. So get rid of that question and put in new language. Another fairly large change here is that the phrase Indian Territory or Trust Land is defined. And the reason for that is there was some ambiguity. If you look throughout LD 1626, where it refers to the respective Indian Territory or Trust Land of various tribes. And that phrase was not defined, and some of the testimony had questioned what or trust land meant. And so to make it very clear, it would be that for the Passamaquoddy tribe, this phrase, when used that way, would be the Passamaquoddy Indian Territory. Similarly, for the Penobscot Nation, that phrase would refer to the Penobscot Indian Territory. And then for the Holton Band and Maliseet Indians, it would refer to the Holton Band Trust Land. So when you look for that phrase, that's what that means. Should I take questions now, Representative Farnett?
Representative Babbage, is your question pertaining to a sentence that was just reviewed?
It is, and it should be quick. I just wanted to ask if Indian Territory normally would be reservation and trust land, or is fee land also considered to be Indian Territory?
Fee land is not. So for the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation, the definition in the Implementing Act, which we're going to get to, we're going to scroll by it a little bit later, is the reservations and then the designated areas for trust land acquisition.
And if you may, Janet, does fee land stand on its own, or is fee land only a transitional stage in order to become trusted?
A tribe can choose to purchase land in fee, and they can choose then whether they wish to place that into trust or not. It's their choice entirely. So then if we scroll down, I'm sorry, scrolling is probably not fun for you to watch. I apologize. Most of the changes to the definition of tribal entity you have seen before. There is one minor change that is new. The last sentence of that definition had said, for the purposes of this title, member includes a married couple, at least one of whom is an enrolled tribal member. That is sort of a mistake in drafting, because this definition of member is only applicable to the definition of tribal entity when you figure out whether the ownership of the entity is sufficient to qualify for a tribal entity. This definition is not intended to say throughout the whole Maine Implementing Act, whenever a tribal member is referred to, it includes a couple. So this is just changed to make it clear that this special definition of member only applies to tribal entity. Everywhere else we're talking about tribal member, you really are deferring to the tribes who have the authority to decide what the rules are for membership. The state is not going to try and set that forth in this definition. This change you've heard about before, but now you see it and this is to answer Representative Babbage's question. 6205 is the provision of the Maine Implementing Act that defines the Indian Territory, the Passamaquoddy tribe, and the Penobscot Nation. You can see it includes the reservation and then fee lands. So for the Passamaquoddy tribe, there will be the additional authority to purchase trust lands. Well, the Secretary of the Interior would purchase on their behalf trust lands in Washington County, along with all of the requirements for that purchase. If you look as we scroll by, oh, we're not quite there yet, but as we scroll by the Penobscot Indian Territory, you'll see that Washington County was not added. I believe that the sponsor communicated with the Penobscot Nation and they did not want to add Washington County, so it's only added to the Passamaquoddy tribe. This new paragraph here, paragraph G, is again within the list of potential trust lands that can be acquired, and that would be part of the Passamaquoddy Indian Territory. And this includes lands that are acquired in trust for the benefit of the tribe under the Federal Indian Reorganization Act, which is what subsection 6 of 6205 says in LD 1626. And this is just to clarify, because I had asked a question in the bill analysis, which lands were considered what, and this is to clarify that if the tribe uses the federal law process to obtain trust lands, then those would also be considered part of their Indian Territory. So for the Penobscot Indian Territory, again, we're not adding Washington County. Well, the sponsor isn't proposing to add Washington County, but again, there will be this paragraph added to say, if the Federal Indian Reorganization Act process is used to acquire trust land, and that's in subsection 6, then those will be considered Penobscot Indian Territory as well. So again, sorry to scroll. And this is that subsection 6 that we were talking about, and the changes here were already proposed by the tribal attorneys the last time we talked. The next star is for the section of the Maine Implementing Act that describes the acquisition of Holton Band trust land. This is another section of law that was enacted in the 1981 law. And while it was enacted, there's a question about whether it ever took effect. And so to avoid any question about whether you can amend something that might not have taken effect, we just repeal and replace it if you want to adopt this amendment. So you would repeal 6205A and replace it with 6205B. And I tried to catch every cross-reference, but the revisor's office is amazing at finding all cross-references, and they will figure out if I missed any. So that should be fine moving forward. The substance of this is not different from what you saw in the tribal attorney's proposed amendment earlier. It's just that it has a new section number. If we scroll down, all of these changes you've seen before, have been proposed before. So I'll look for the next star. This is the provision that's in the law, the Maine Implementing Act, about the taking of fish for sustenance fishing, and the bill amended that provision, and we went over it in the bill analysis, and it got rid of the idea of this being tied to sustenance. You can see that was already struck out in the bill. And so the change is to get rid of that in the head note, because that was a little bit misleading. It was just a miss when the bill was drafted that that word shouldn't be there anymore. And then again, you can see Indian Territory or trust land is going to be the phrase used throughout to talk about land over which the relevant Wabanaki Nation has jurisdiction. And so that's just a minor little change to make sure the right exact phrase is used. If we keep going, other changes. These are the tax provisions within the Maine Implementing Act, and the sponsor directed me to make sure that all of the tax provisions were consistent between the Maine Implementing Act and the Title 36 provisions of 1626. So there was a missing piece of this subsection 5 in the tax provision of the Maine Implementing Act. So it provided that the effective Wabanaki nations and their tribal members and entities wouldn't be subject to state or local sales tax. And it just said on Indian Territory or trust land, but you look in Title 36 and it was only supposed to be sales tax on their respective Indian Territory or trust land. So that was clarified. And then as far as income tax, the Title 36 provisions in LD 1636 apply that exemption beginning January 1st, 2023. So that effective date is added over here as well, so that everything's consistent throughout the bill. And then these other changes you already saw, they were already proposed. This clarification has been added to another provision, which is again about sales tax and income tax, to clarify that the tribes and their members and their entities are exempt from state sales tax and state income tax. And that word is added because the goal is not to block the tribes from, if they choose to, which they do not have to, but if they choose to exercise their sovereignty, if LD 1626 is passed to enact their own sales tax or income tax, state law wouldn't say that the tribal members and tribal entities are exempt. If we move through again, we're now down to the criminal jurisdiction provisions. And in the concurrent jurisdiction sections, which we went through at length in the chart and the bill analysis, there is some redundant language, and I want to prove to you that it's redundant so you're not worried I'm taking away anybody's rights. But it says here, the Passamaquoddy tribe may not deny any criminal defendant prosecuted under this paragraph for a Class C crime the rights under federal law in section 1302C of Title 25. If you look right below, it says the Passamaquoddy tribe may not deny to any criminal defendant persecuted under this subsection, which includes that paragraph, the rights in many sections, including 1320C. So 1302C, excuse me. So this is just getting rid of redundant language. It's not changing the substance of this in any way. The next star is a clarification. So as you can see, the definitions of the criminal offenses and punishments that the Passamaquoddy tribal court would be using would be defined in state law, but the punishments being defined in state law would be a maximum unless there is a lower maximum penalty under federal law, in which case the lower maximum penalty under federal law would apply. So this is a clarification, and this clarification you'll see starred for each of the tribal courts statutes. So for the Penobscot Nation Tribal Court, as well as the Houlton Band and Maliseet Indians Tribal Court. And it also, that same clarification works when the tribal courts are exercising exclusive jurisdiction. So the paragraph above is talking about when the tribal courts are exercising concurrent criminal jurisdiction. We're going to have the same limitation of federal law on the punishments when the tribal courts are exercising their exclusive jurisdiction. So these are just conforming amendments to what the summary said, what appeared to have been the intent of the bill all along. It just wasn't quite clear in the language. So if we go down, we will see very similar changes. We're now in the Penobscot Nation Tribal Court. We're getting rid of redundant language, but adding in the limitations of federal law on the maximum punishments that can be imposed here if it's concurrent criminal jurisdiction, and then here if it's exclusive jurisdiction. And as we go through, we'll see the same changes for the Houlton Band and Maliseet Indians Tribal Court, which was a longer section in current law. But here we go. You will see the redundant language is being removed and the limitations of federal law on the punishments that can be applied are being added. So going through, again, sorry to scroll so fast. I just know you have a lot to do. The next change, this is in the civil jurisdiction statute. This is not a substantive change. This is again an attempt to use the newly defined phrase Indian Territory or Trust Land instead of an undefined phrase tribal land. And then the next thing, it may look like this might have been intended to be a substantive change. It's not. It's just fixing the fact that the way it reads now is it talks about some laws of the state not being applicable to non-members on the Passamaquoddy tribe, the Penobscot Nation, and the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians, respective Indian Territory or Trust Land. Those should be possessives, but they're not written that way. So to avoid the need for multiple possessives, I just moved the phrase above. So it's not a substantive change. The same thing about avoiding possessives here is in subsection 4. But all of these are just to make sure we use the newly defined term that defines the area where the effective Wabanaki nations will have their jurisdiction and exercise their sovereignty if this bill is passed. In 6216, all of this looks like a lot of changes, but these you all saw before in the prior version of the sponsor's proposed amendment. The big change is here in the last paragraph of 6216, and this is the paragraph about gaming. So this proposed amendment would say that the Passamaquoddy tribe, the Penobscot Nation, and the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians may only conduct gaming activities in accordance with state law and may not conduct gaming activities under IGRA or its implementing regulations. So state law would apply exclusively in this one area of, or one topical area. So for gaming, it would only be state law applying. I believe if that's not the last change, it's close to it. A lot of these are date changes, which you heard are necessitated by the fact that the bill was carried over. The definition of Indian Territory or Trust Land is now going to be applied in Title 36 as well. That's why this is starred here, so that everything would be consistent throughout. I starred the fact that this amendment gets rid of the definitions of Passamaquoddy Indian Reservation and Penobscot Indian Reservation in Title 36, not because those aren't important places to know and define, but these phrases are not actually used in the Title 36 provisions. So you usually don't define them if you're not using them in the bill. I will double check before this is sent to the revisor's office if somebody votes for it, and make sure that somewhere else in Title 36, the phrase isn't used, but it's not used in this amendment. So it shouldn't be defined in the amendment. The other changes are all ones you've seen, except a reorganization of the income tax exemption, partly to make it comply with what was in the main implementing act in this bill, as far as tax exemption goes, and also partly to address some confusion that had arisen over how much or what is the actual test. So to try and make visually it easier to understand. So the tribes as tribes would be exempt from income tax for income that is earned on or from activities occurring on their respective Indian Territory or Trust Land. And then tribal members and tribal entities would be exempt if a two-part test is met. The first part being that the income has to be earned from activities occurring on or sourced to their respective tribal lands. And then under part B, the tribal entity or tribal members would have to reside on the relevant Indian Territory or Trust Land. And for this purpose, resides, when you're talking about a tribal entity, would mean where its principal place of business is located. So those are the differences between this amendment that's before you today as a proposal from the sponsor and the last amendment she proposed to you.
Thank you very much, Janet, for your always thorough presentation. Representative Babich, I'm going to guess it's a residual hand, but if I'm wrong, just leave it up.
Thank you. You are correct.
Thank you. And Representative Moriarty, I see your hand. Before I call on you, I want to limit questions right now to simply the new amendments that were discussed in Janet's presentation, and then we will go by topic area. So with that, Representative Moriarty.
I will actually pass.
Okay.
For the reason you just indicated.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions from committee members for our analyst regarding the most recent set of amendments that she just outlined? And I am not seeing any. So again, thank you very much, Janet. At this point, and I hope that I managed this well, what I'm going to have, we're going to begin to take questions on the first topic area, application of federal Indian law. We will first direct those questions to the analyst. And if that is not the appropriate person, if you want to hear from somebody from the state, I will ask the representatives of the state to raise their hand in the attendee room if they want to respond. And similarly, if you want to hear from one of the tribal attorneys, to have them do the same. And we'll see how that works. This is a new process for me. So with that, I will open it up to committee questions from committee members regarding the application of federal Indian law in LD 1626. And I will begin with Senator Kime.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions really. First one though is, are we not allowed to ask questions of anyone other than the state or the tribal representatives?
I am trying to keep our focus on those two main stakeholders. If there are persons that you think are critical to respond to a question in the particular category, the subject category, I will allow that to occur.
Okay, thank you. So my question would be for the state representative. I think it would be Ms. Pat Warden. And just
if I could have the Supi, if you could move Kim Pat Wharton over to panelist status. She was indicated to me to be the lead person to respond for the state. So why don't we wait till she gets over, Senator Kime? Traveling through, welcome Assistant Attorney General Pat Warden. Nice to see you again. Senator Kime, go ahead.
Thank you. I understand, Ms. Pat Warden, that we have discussed this bill in another session, but we also have new members, and the idea of federal Indian law is one that we have discussed before as sort of a seemingly well-defined set of laws. And yet when I ask about it, it also seems that there isn't really like a book of laws that's called, you know, federal Indian law. So I was wondering if you could just discuss that and help us kind of more broadly understand that reference and how it impacts what we're talking about here.
Mr. Chair, there weren't very many questions that were answered during our prior work session, but this was one of them. We talked about this topic for about a half an hour, I think, in our previous work session. So I feel like it would be helpful if we could have new information in this work session.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. We did cover this extensively, and I believe the question was posed to Kim Pat Warden. I will allow a brief response, but I do recall us talking about this for a very extended period of time. But the question is out there, so if Assistant Attorney General Pat Warden would like to respond briefly, that would be fine.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, thank you for having me here today. So yes, we have talked about this in the past. Federal Indian law there isn't a single definition or body. It is a series of common law, a series of cases and statutes and rules and regulations that has developed over time and continues to develop. So saying, you know, federal Indian law, there are certainly very common principles that will apply, but, you know, also the history of federal Indian law is also very individualized to of the more than 500 federally recognized tribes within the country. So it is not easily defined, nor is it always easily determinable.
Thank you. Attorney Patton. Thank you, Senator Keim. Are there additional questions from committee members regarding the application of federal Indian law? Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have hopefully a quick one. Mine has to do with the fact that the original case dealt with the two major tribes in Maine. The Micmacs are still not part of this, but could you clarify for me if 1626 fully brings the Fulton Band of Maliseets into the fold, similar to the Passamaquoddies and Lestock Nation?
My understanding of 1626 and the particular amendments that have been gone over today is to, in large part, have all three of those tribes treated the same, whereas there are some distinctions right now that are existing under the Maine Implementing Act. Was that your question?
Yes, thank you. In other words, there may be some fine tuning in order for that to apply, but the intent and most of the 1626 language is to incorporate the Maliseets into the same treatment as the two major tribes. Is that right?
Yeah, right now under the Maine Implementing Act, the Fulton Band of Maliseets has different governmental authority and responsibilities than the Penobscot Nation and the Passamaquoddy tribe. This bill would change that.
Does that conclude your question, Representative Babbage? If you could get your hand down for me, that'd be wonderful. Are there other questions from committee members regarding our first issue area application of federal Indian law? And I am not seeing any. I did notice that the bill's sponsor, Representative Talbot Ross, was in the attendee room, and I wanted to get her moved over as a panelist, as we always do with the bill sponsor. But when I last looked, I did not see her. So I will ask Committee Clerk Panett, is the bill sponsor still with us?
She is not, Mr. Chair. I think perhaps she's gone to another meeting, but if she appears, I'll be more than happy to move her over.
Thank you very much. Senator Carney.
I believe she was called to another committee hearing or work session, but she promised to return when she was able.
Thank you very much, Senator. Seeing no other questions regarding the application of federal Indian law, I will now turn to our second broad topic, tribal land acquisition and natural resources, and open it up for committee questions to our analyst, the state, tribal entities, or if there are others that need to be pulled in. Are there questions regarding tribal land acquisition and natural resources? If so, please raise your electronic hand. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this is as good a fit as we're likely to get for my question. Ms. Pat Warden, we heard from Representative Babbage at the outset. He raised a question about fee land, and you indicated that, or I guess Janet actually indicated that that was not considered to be Indian territory. So I just need to follow up on that a little bit, and I'm particularly looking at page 7, dealing with the Passamaquoddy tribe and subparagraph F up at the top. And it looks to me as though where lands are owned in fee simple, they are included within Indian territory if a request is made to have them acquired in trust status. And I need to know if I'm correct in that interpretation.
The way this is written, it would seem to include those lands within Passamaquoddy Indian Territory based on the request. So there could be a circumstance where there are fee lands, meaning lands that the tribe owns like any other landowner that they request to have taken into trust. And then there is a time period between when the request happens and the land is actually taken into trust or not taken into trust, and could be considered Penobscot or Passamaquoddy Indian Territory during that time frame. I'm not sure if that's what the bill was intended to do, make the jurisdictional aspects contingent upon the request as opposed to the act of actually taking the land into trust. But the way it's worded, it would seem to, the triggering event would seem to be on the request itself.
Well, with the chair's indulgence, I'll just follow up a little bit. And
yes, you may.
I read it the same way. I realize there can be a long interval between the making of a request and action on the part of the Secretary of the Interior. But it seems that once that request is made, the fee land is transformed into territory. And I guess, Ms. Pat Warden, you're agreeing with that.
I agree that's a reasonable interpretation of the language that you have right here. I'm not sure, and it for that would matter for jurisdictional aspects. So but it would not necessarily matter for property tax purposes. So the event that exempts land from being subject to property tax is the act of it being taken into trust by the federal government. So until that land was taken into trust by the federal government, then it would still be subject, in theory, to real property tax.
Then my final follow-up question is,
although there are other provisions of the bill that also say that, that lands within Passamaquoddy Indian Territory or Penobscot Indian Territory are not subject to real property tax. So there could be some sort of an inconsistency, or again, I'm not sure what the intention was, if that was the intent, or if this is just a different drafting choice.
Okay, thank you. My last question is to ask for clarification on the status of fee land that is not yet in trust, nor has it been requested to be taken in trust. We know, for example, that a significant portion of the town of Carrabassett is owned in fee. We know in connection with another bill that there are 2 parcels in the town of Perry, which are owned in fee. When a tribe simply owns land in fee, but has not yet requested that property be taken into trust, what is the status of that land? Is it still taxable by the host municipality, and is still subject to zoning and all of that sort of thing?
Yes. So a tribe can own land like any other landowner within the state, and to the extent that land is within an organized community within the state, then the land remains subject to all of that community's laws and tax provisions.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Janet, did you have something to add?
I just wanted to add that provision about fee lands is only applicable to the Passamaquoddy tribe. You may realize this, but I just want to make it clear to everybody in the room. There is no similar provision for the Penobscot Nation or the Houghton Band and Maliseet Indians in the bill before you.
I did notice that, and the question is why?
I think that probably is a question better directed to the Passamaquoddy tribe.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to do a couple of things, a couple of housekeeping things. First, I want to welcome committee member Representative Hagan and give him the opportunity to introduce himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. I'm Dave Hagan, I represent House District 101, Hampden and Newburgh. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. And I also want to welcome the bill sponsor, Representative Talbot Ross, who has been brought over as a panelist as well. Welcome, Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you so very much, Representative. Just want to say thank you to the committee for all of its hard work on this, and appreciate being with you this afternoon.
Thank you. And I am going to bring over ask for Corey Hinton to be brought over as a panelist so that we have at least one point person from the tribal attorneys along with Assistant Attorney General Pat Warden. And if there are instances in which Corey Hinton does not feel that he's the best person to answer a question, we can bring somebody else in. Good afternoon, Attorney Hinton. Nice to see you again. Did you have anything to add on the question regarding fee land as it pertained to the Passamaquoddy Nation?
Sure, thank you very much. I'd be happy to add a little bit. So that paragraph F, I mean, the intent is really for lands that are owned by the Passamaquoddy tribe in fee to be able to be put into trust and to be added to the territory. And so I think Representative Moriarty raised a good question about whether the inclusion of these lands in the territory is intended to be at the date of application or upon acceptance in trust. And I think it's supposed to be, it should be the latter. And so, I mean, I just, sitting at my desk, we can craft a few words to adjust that language to make clear that the land should be a part of the territory upon acceptance and trust by the Secretary for the benefit of the Passamaquoddy tribe. It is key, though, that the lands are owned in fee simple by the Passamaquoddy tribe as of the date of enactment or effective date of LD 1626. The intention is for currently owned lands to be able to go into the territory. And I know folks in this committee have heard about this in other places, but the tribe owns lands that are considered critical for infrastructure and that are adjacent to the reservation, that it would like to have added to the territory, that it's unable to have added to the territory under the current construction of the MIA. And so that's specifically why this paragraph exists for the Passamaquoddy tribe. And I'm happy to provide, specifics on different parcels of land, but, we've talked about the Perry lands, for example, and I think you appreciate the dynamic there.
Thank you very much, Attorney Hinton. And with your permission, I'm going to leave you in as a panelist. And again, in the event that there is a question that you think one of the other tribal attorneys or representatives is better able to respond to, just let me know and we'll bring them over. Is that okay with you?
That's fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Janet, did I see your hand is up? I see it's down, so maybe you did.
Sorry about that.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Again, continue with questions on tribal land acquisition and natural resources. Senator Kime.
Thank you. Attorney Pat Warden, I'm wondering if you could explain to me again what I think we were just talking about, with my apologies to the committee. But I think that rather than there being the process that there currently is for a municipality to have a say in whether or not fee land gets taken into trust land, that we're saying that that process wouldn't happen for fee land already owned by the Passamaquoddy tribe. Am I correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and then and so that I know is land in Carabasset Valley. Do we have a list?
No, that's not. It's not Carabasset Valley. That's land owned by the Penobscot Nation, I think is what somebody just said a few minutes ago.
Okay.
And I'll get back to you, Attorney Hinton, after Senator Kime completes her question.
So is that a list, Attorney Pat Warden, of lands that we currently know and have actually, this is probably a better question for our analyst, Ms. Stoko. Do we have that list of lands with us in information that I just don't have readily at my fingertips? Okay, thank you. I will look for it.
It's in, if you look in the electronic committee file, maps were submitted of where those lands are.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. And just for the record, to be clear, Attorney Hinton, I think I heard you say that the Passamaquoddy do not own land in Carabasset Valley. Was that accurate?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you. Representative Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at Ms. Stoko. I apologize if I say your name wrong. Page 13 of the analysis, number 7. Is it appropriate at this time to go to that spot, or are we above that?
We are talking right now. I sent you the memo yesterday about the topic areas that we would be discussing.
Yep.
On the second topic area, tribal land acquisition and natural resources.
Yep.
I'm not sure what the section of the bill analysis you're
I
referring to.
might have skipped out of it, so I'll hold off.
Okay.
I'll hold off. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. Are there additional questions from committee members regarding tribal land acquisition and natural resources as it pertains to LD 1626? And I am not seeing any. Representative Hagan.
Yeah, so thank you again, Mr. Chair. So a question that I did have on the taking of tribal land. Once this happens and goes under the Department of the Interior, is there any way that the state of Maine can acquire any of these lands, or is this a permanent forever thing?
I am not certain if I understand that question. Maybe Janet, is that something you could address?
I'd be happy to be corrected by either of the other 2 attorneys who you've invited in, but the provisions of the implementing act allowing for state takings of the land are stricken from the Maine implementing act by the bill.
All right.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Janet. So I'm looking at the 10 pages of maps of lands that are currently owned in fee by the Passamaquoddy. And I am just trying to figure out, are any of these in process now? Or have they been in process at any point to transition from fee land to trust land?
I do not know the answer to that question. You probably need to ask Mr. Hinton, Attorney Hinton.
Is it okay if we direct that question to Attorney Hinton?
Happy to correct the question.
Thank you. Attorney Hinton.
My understanding is that none of those lands are currently in the process to be put into trust status.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Representative Babbage, and then I do see your hand, Senator Kine, but I'm going to circle through to others who have not had the chance to ask. Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's for Janet. Am I correct in that G and C for the Penobscot Nation and G for the Passamaquoddy? Am I correct in saying that current lands that are eligible to be put into trust are specified in the Maine Implementing Act, but that the Indian Reorganization Act applies nationally, and that is the mechanism by which any lands may be purchased and put in the conduit to become trust land? Is the Indian Reorganization Act a mechanism, a ladder of procedure in order to put a land into trust? So my question is it now finite, limited by the Maine Implementing Act, and this would allow a standard that's national to be used in order to acquire trust land.
So I'll try and answer your question. Hopefully I understand it. If you look, so the Settlement Act talks about 150,000 acres of land in certain places described in the Maine Implementing Act. And I believe the way that the 1626 and the amendment is consistent with that is it gets rid of the specific definitions of where, and in paragraph B1 for both the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation, it's B1 for both. It specifies the counties and says the process. So there's no longer it only in this township or that parcel or whatever. So there's a broader, but then this other provision, which is really in subsection 6, but is just being cross-referenced here, says that nothing in the Maine Implementing Act would prohibit the tribe or the nation or the Holt Manamalassine Indians as well. They have their own section doing the same thing from acquiring lands under the federal law, the Indian Reorganization Act. And there is a whole slew of information. Some of it I gave you links to in a separate memo I gave you about how the Secretary of the Interior goes about acquiring land in trust once a tribe requests it. It's not entirely clear to me that this process would work without some federal law amendments. It's not entirely clear to me. It's possible it would work. It's possible it wouldn't. But if there needs to be some amendments to the Federal Settlement Act to make it happen, then those could be pursued before Congress. It's just not entirely clear to me at the moment.
Thank you very much. Excellent answer. Clarified it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. And if you could lower your hand, please, that'd be great. Senator Keim.
My question is for Attorney Pat Warren. I wanted to understand better since with this, the fee land would go into trust through a different process that wouldn't include the municipality having a say. But then my question is about what happens kind of on the federal level with the Secretary of Interior taking that land into trust status. Are you familiar with the process that happens? Can I ask you a question about that? Are you familiar with that? Because my question is, if the municipalities, or is there any recourse there? If the people that, wanted to say, no, I don't want this to be taken into trust land, is that a consideration taken into account by the Secretary of the Interior, or is it not? I just don't understand that next level process. Even if this passes, there's another process, which I don't understand, that's above ours.
So there are different processes based on the type of acquisition. The Maine Settlement Act is what is known as a mandatory acquisition statute. So that means that the lands that are identified in the Maine Implementing Act must be taken into trust by the Secretary if requested. There's a very sort of limited process by which that happens, where in the land where neighboring communities don't receive any notice until after the decision has already been made by the Secretary. This was also in the memo that Janet provided last night. So MIXA is what's called a mandatory statute or a mandatory acquisition statute. The Indian Reorganization Act is a discretionary statute. And so there are different processes for taking land into trust under the Indian Reorganization Act. So right now, the MIXA, the federal statute, says that Congress can, or the federal government can only take land into trust pursuant to MIXA. So it would seem that there must be some other sort of federal action in order to allow these three tribes to take land into trust under the Indian Reorganization Act. So the answer to your question, to kind of recap, is it depends on the type of acquisition. So right now, they are mandatory acquisition statutes, and there isn't a lot of input that is provided to or from local communities on whether or not that land is taken into trust. And that has been the case for the last 40 years. So whenever a particular parcel has been requested to be taken into trust because it was in one of those identified areas, it was a mandatory acquisition. And so the existing communities would not have been provided with prior notice of the fact that the land was being taken into trust. The 1626 contemplates a parallel process where these three tribes would also be allowed to have discretionary acquisitions under the Indian Reorganization Act or possibly some other statute that would proceed according to those federal regulations, which do allow for a lot more local input.
So in Maine, just to help me understand this process a little bit better, in Maine, have we only had these mandatory acquisitions happen and we haven't had any happen under the Indian Reorganization Act?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, so there's just two pathways, and one is through our current agreement with these mandatory acquisitions, and then the other pathway is with Indian Reorganization Act.
I wouldn't say there are only two pathways, but the existing pathway that has been utilized has been the mandatory acquisition statute of MIXA. The Indian Reorganization Act is another pathway. There could be a third pathway as well that in the future or in existing law. Those are the two primary ways that that the tribes, I think, would be seeking to take land into trust in Maine.
Okay, and then, so I guess what I had read previously and sort of the way I understood the process to be currently, I think I'm misunderstanding because you're saying they're mandatory acquisitions. I thought like a neighboring municipality or community would have some input sort of as a stakeholder on whether or not land would be taken into trust status. But under the current system with the mandatory acquisitions, that's actually not the case. They would just be given notice afterwards, as long as it was in those groups of pre-approved lands.
That at the federal level, yes. So
Okay.
as opposed to the amendments that 1626 proposes, right? Wherein if any of those lands are within an organized community, obviously there would be a process to reach agreements under under this new legislation. But if you're asking me what happens right now, then if a parcel is identified as being eligible to become Penobscot Indian Territory or Passamaquoddy Indian Territory, then the tribe can request that land be taken into trust, and then the secretary will make a decision on that. But there isn't any notice that would be provided typically, at least by rule. It could be provided as a courtesy, but by rule would not be required to be provided until after a decision had been made.
Okay, I think I understand it. But on the state level, in the state process, before it got to the federal level, in the way it currently is, would the local community have a say in that as a stakeholder?
I mean, not if it's already an identified parcel. So,
Okay.
There's a large list of identified parcels that are there, and generally in the large part of the unorganized parts of the state. So there really isn't a local, there isn't a local governing body to notify about that.
Okay.
So if there's already lands that have been designated, and no, there's no particular notice that would go out at the state level.
Okay. All right. Great. Thanks so much for the clarification.
Thank you both. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to mention to the committee that the tribal land terminology and the trust land acquisition process was discussed at great length during the task force meetings. And I believe, and Janet can correct me, but it is listed under committee materials under tribal sovereignty. Am I correct there, Janet?
Are you saying the task force report is listed?
Yeah, under the Maine Indian Claims Task Force, this information can also be made available under the committee materials.
Yes, it's there.
Thank you, Representative Newell.
Thank you. I just wanted to direct the committee's attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Before leaving this second topic of tribal land acquisition and natural resources, are there other questions from committee members? I am not seeing any, so thank you very much. I will now turn to our third topic area, which is taxation. And I've been informed that the tribal attorney who would be available to answer questions on this is our other Corey, Corey Albright. So I would ask our committee clerk to please trade Corey's. If you could send Corey Hinton back to the attendee room and bring over Corey Albright in case there are questions regarding taxation for him. So the third topic, and before Kim, are you still the person for tax as well on the state side? I know you said
yes.
I thought so. I thought so. So I would now moving to the taxation provisions of LD 1626. Are there any questions from committee members regarding those provisions in the bill? If so, please raise your electronic hand so we can try to have them answered. Representative Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm still on Ms. Stokoe's thing on page 19 under the taxation, section 10. Mike, I have a few questions. One would be, so would this bill would end the 1980 Implementation Act and the Settlement Act, and those would be null and void as far as all taxation goes?
I'm sorry, Representative Hagan, are you on page 19 of the bill
Oh,
analysis?
I was at the bottom of 18 on the analysis, yeah.
Thank you.
Right where it says number 10, taxation, the bill amends both MIA, da, da, da. So my question was, right after that sentence, I was curious. So the 1980 stuff that happened would be completely null and void under this, is my question. Would it be? The MIA would be gone.
Well, it would be amended and replaced by the general rules of what I understand the general rules to be of federal Indian law regarding taxation. I mean, it's, I guess in a sense, the specialized scheme set up in the Maine Implementing Act would be gone, if that's what you mean, other than there is a provision, tiny little provision that's kept, which is that the settlement fund income, so that's federal dollars that go to tribal members or tribal governments, that would not be subject to tax. But then you would follow the general principles of federal Indian law regarding taxation. So it's not that there would never be taxes imposed. It would just be a different scheme that guides the decision of whether taxes are imposed in any particular case.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. Are there additional questions from committee members regarding the taxation provisions of LD 1626? Representative Babich, and is your hand up a second time, Representative Hagan?
Yep.
Okay, I will begin with Representative Babich and then get back to you, Representative.
I guess this is for Janet. As we talk about tax and we talk about entities, I'm interested. I know that we're defining entity here. Entities right now, under the Maine Implementing Act, are taxed like anyone else, I believe. Is that right? I'm trying to determine the current definition of a tribal entity, and if that's changed with 1626.
There isn't a current definition of a tribal entity for taxation purposes.
Taxation purposes, that has not yet been implemented. So there will be no. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Representative Babich. Representative Hagan.
Thank you again. Now I'm on page 19. in the second, in the proposed amendment part, new MIA 6203, number 14, defines tribal entity. So my question is, it says member includes a married couple if one spouse is enrolled, an enrolled tribal member. So if I'm a partner with a person that is a tribal member and I live on the reservation, I would be considered a tribal member, and it would be up to the tribes, not the state, to administer whatever kind of taxes.
So under the proposed amendment that's before you today, which it's at the top of page 5 and it has the little blue star there, it clarifies that that definition of member is only applicable to the definition of tribal entity. So for purposes of deciding whether a tribal entity has the right, or whether an entity has the right ownership to qualify as a tribal entity, you would consider a married couple, at least where at least one spouse is a tribal member. Their ownership would be calculated when you use the formula to figure out if that particular entity qualifies as a tribal entity. But you do not use that definition of member for any other purpose in the main implementing act, including for figuring out personal income tax.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. I'm going to give one more shot before we leave taxation. Are there questions from committee members regarding the taxation provisions of LD 1626? Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to direct my question to Mr. Corey Albright and just ask him if he has anything to add to the questions and if he has any responses to provide for any additional consideration.
Thank you, Representative Newell, and welcome to the Judiciary Committee, Corey Albright. Nice to see you. Well, I'll see you soon when you start talking. That's when you pop up on my screen.
Thank you, Representative Newell, Representative Harnett, and thanks to everyone for the great questions that everyone's posing today. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I will simply say that I think Ms. Stocco is doing a fantastic job of answering these questions, and I feel that she's brought sufficient clarification to the taxation questions that have been raised, that there's no need for me to weigh in further on the issues. So thanks, everyone, and thanks to Janet for the fantastic work.
Thank you, Attorney Albright. Representative Hagan.
Thank you. Again, one more quick one. This will be a fast one. On number 20, on page 20, I'm still with Ms. Stocco's thing. Right at the bottom of the amendment part, the middle part. In my notes, I wrote, old rule on the left would be the current law. State income tax applies to everyone. The new rule with the amendment, I just want to make sure I have it right. No income tax for Wabanaki nations or anyone on tribal land. Does that mean anyone living on tribal land, or like if I moved to tribe and lived on tribal land anywhere in the state of Maine, no income tax also?
So no, so I think it's clearest if you look at the language of the sponsor's proposed amendment for today.
Yep.
I mean, the revisor's office may not like the way I tried to draft that, but I tried to break it out in paragraphs to make it a little clearer, because I do think it's a little bit of a confusing issue. So if you don't mind me sharing my screen again, I'm trying to pull it up before I switch to screen share so I don't make you all sick as I scroll through. Is that okay with everyone?
Go ahead, Janet. Thank you. What page will you be on, just so I can pull it up here?
Of the proposed amendment, it's page 33. That's a lot of pages.
Thank you.
I have to move it again because Zoom is not letting me zoom in, which is funny given its name. Okay, so this is the income tax provision. So this is where you have your exemption. And so paragraph 1 here, it's really a subparagraph, but I'm going to call it paragraph for short. This is talking about the tribes as tribal governments. So the Passamaquoddy tribe, the Penobscot Nation, the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians would be exempt, because this is an exemption provision, would be exempt for income earned on or from activities occurring on or otherwise sourced to the tribes, nations, or bands own Indian territory or trust land. So the tribal governments, their test is this income sourced to your tribal land as defined in this bill? And if the answer is yes, then it's exempt. If your income is sourced somewhere else, perhaps a business wholly owned somewhere else off of tribal territory or trust land, I'm not a tax lawyer, so I can't give you a great example, then that income would not be exempt. Paragraph 2 here is about the tribal members and tribal entities. It is a two-part test. You first have to figure out, I'm going to start at the bottom. You first have to figure out where the person resides, or if they're a business, where their principal place of business is located. If the person, the tribal member or the tribal entity is a member or an entity of the Passamaquoddy tribe, then you check, does that person reside or is the principal place of business located on Passamaquoddy Indian territory? That is the first test. If they live on Penobscot Indian territory, they're not going to be entitled to the exemption. If they live in the incorporated city of Augusta, not on Indian territory, then their income is not going to be exempt. They already didn't meet one part of the test, so they don't get the exemption. But if they do live on the respective Indian territory or trust land, then you do the second part of the test and say, is the income that they earned sourced to their respective tribe, nation, or band's income, territory, or trust land? So you have to meet both parts of those tests. I myself am not a tribal member, so I could live on Indian territory or trust land and I would never be entitled to the income exemption because I could never qualify.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. I'm not hearing you, Representative Poirier, so you might be muted. I'm not seeing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So
oh.
There are other tax
Representative Poirier, we are unable to hear you. Could you try shutting off your video and it might give you enough bandwidth to speak?
Yeah, I have unstable internet connection. Can you hear me better now?
Much better now, thank you.
Okay, we'll try it this way. I apologize. My question actually does not pertain to taxation. So if you prefer that I hold my question until after the taxation questions are wrapped up, I do not mind holding.
I would. It is actually at the recommendation in a conversation between chairs and leads to try to focus on one topic at a time so we don't bounce around. But you will certainly have your time to get to it. Right now, we're just taxation. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Janet, I want to make sure that I'm understanding correct. Is it's not possible for a non-tribal member to own land on tribal land, correct?
I think I know the answer, but I would be guessing, so I would defer that question to someone else.
Attorney Albright, is that a question you're capable of answering?
Representative Thorne, I would say you're correct. A non-tribal member is not going to own tribal land. It's possible they could lease tribal land.
So like a condo situation or something would have to be lease. It couldn't be that you own the condo, and just for an example.
Correct. They would not own the tribal land, and a non-member that was leasing would be subject to taxation anywhere in the state, like they would anywhere else in the state when they're on tribal land.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. You're going to give one more shot on taxation. Otherwise, we're going to move on to our next topic area. And the next topic area is civil and criminal jurisdiction. We've already covered the gaming piece, so I don't think we need to discuss that anymore, but this covers civil and criminal jurisdiction and sovereign immunity. And I have been told that Allison Binney is the point person for the tribal attorneys on this. So Supi, if you could move Attorney Binney over as a panelist. And I will now turn to committee members to see if there are any questions regarding civil and criminal jurisdiction, along with sovereign immunity as it relates to LD 1626. And I see Allison is still in the attendee room and has her hand up, so I'm going to wait a minute until she's moved over. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee, Attorney Binney. It's nice to see you again. We'll stand by and see if there are questions that might be in your wheelhouse. So committee members, are there questions regarding civil and criminal jurisdiction or sovereign immunity as it pertains to LD 1626? Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much. I've been wrestling with the concept of sovereign immunity and sovereignty for quite a while, trying to get my get a handle on a really good definition or an understanding of that. I know that we've talked about this, I think, a year ago in committee. Sovereignty to me would be like the Vatican, a free and independent country within the state of Maine. And then sovereign immunity, I'm not quite sure what that entails with the criminal system or civil system. So I would like to be a little further educated in these areas.
Sure, I'm not the best person to respond to that, but sovereign immunity has to do with what happens when the state or a sovereign, in this case, it could be a sovereign nation, gets sued in a civil court. For instance, the state of Maine is typically immune from a whole host of actions or has limited liability. But it's been a long time since I've spoken about sovereign immunity. Is that Attorney Wharton? Could you give a 1-minute explanation of sovereign immunity?
Well, Representative Hagan, you are not alone with struggling with the concept of sovereign immunity. It can be a complex topic, but stripped down to its bare essentials, it is that a sovereign or a state is immune from suit in its own courts. So the state of Maine cannot be sued unless the state has waived that sovereign immunity. So, for example, the Maine Tort Claims Act is an example of the state's waiver of sovereign immunity, such that the state or its employees can be sued for certain conduct that is falling within the Maine Tort Claims Act. That's one example. There are other more sort of limited waivers of sovereign immunity. For example, the Administrative Procedures Act would be another sort of example of that, wherein you have private entities that are able to challenge state actions in certain ways. So when we talk about sovereign immunity, it is the ability of citizens to hold their government to account.
So this bill would say that the tribes would not be held to that account?
Under the Maine Implementing Act, the Penobscot Nation and the Passamaquoddy tribe are treated as municipalities. They are not municipalities, obviously, but they have treated as the same status as municipalities. So that would apply also under the Maine Tort Claims Act. So there would be all the same provisions that allow individuals to sue municipalities under that particular act would also apply to the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation under the Maine Implementing Act. The 1626 in the version in front of you today repeals that particular provision and says that the tribe shall now be immune from suit and that their employees and officers are likewise immune from suit to the extent provided under federal Indian law.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. And Attorney Binney, did you have anything to add to that from the Penobscot perspective?
Only that it is pretty much as Attorney Pat Worden describes, in that essentially the Maine tribes would be like any other tribal government in the country, in that they would have sovereign immunity just as the state of Maine does, and then they would then, subject to tribal laws, would waive their immunity either through tribal law or through contracts, consensual contracts and agreements with others, that they would waive their immunity. And so, for example, Penobscot has some waiver of immunity already for their employees to bring suit, things like that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there additional questions regarding civil and criminal jurisdiction or sovereign immunity from committee members? Representative Babich.
Thank you. I think Ms. Binney touched on it, but I just wanted to confirm the Tribal Law and Order Act 2010. I'm not really familiar with it entirely, but I understand its criminal application. Is federal Indian law, does it equally apply civilly across the country to the tribes that have that equal treatment under the federal standard?
So federal Indian law on the civil side applies pretty equally across the country. As Attorney Pat Worden said, there are it's common law. It's not developed by any federal statutes. It's developed by case law from various courts. And so there are some Supreme Court decisions, and they would apply equally across the country. And then each circuit Court of Appeals would decide what either their own law, or they would decide whether to be persuaded by other courts of appeal. So Maine's within the First Circuit Court of Appeal. So if they would decide, whether to adopt other circuits' decisions on civil jurisdiction or not. But there are some fundamental common themes that have been espoused by the U.S. Supreme Court already. And with regards to criminal jurisdiction, when you reference the Tribal Law and Order Act, tribes, you always start with the basic foundation that tribes as governments retain their inherent sovereign authorities. So essentially, when it comes to criminal law, and it's been, created since the foundation of the United States government, but you start with tribes, and this was affirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court, tribes retaining all criminal jurisdiction over anybody on their lands. That got chipped away by Congress over a 150-year period. And what we've seen over the last 25, 30 years is Congress restoring back to tribes certain criminal jurisdiction authorities over non-Indians that are on tribal lands who commit certain crimes. And that is pretty much uniformly applied throughout the country to all tribes.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Representative Babich. Representative Hagan.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So just building on that. So, excuse me, I apologize for clearing my throat. If a non-member is accused of a crime on tribal land as a result of 1626, how high does it go with the ability for the tribe to try a non-member criminally, Class B down to E, or and what kinds of I'll just keep it at one question at a time. Would, say, a non-member be allowed to try a member in tribal court?
Is that question regarding criminal law?
It's criminal, yeah. Did I switch? I have a series of questions, and I've been reading my questions and trying to listen. And
I'm gonna turn to the analyst, because the criminal provisions of jurisdiction are pretty clearly spelled out in LD 1626. So Janet, if you got that question and want to respond, that would be great.
So I would be very happy for Attorney Binney or Attorney Pat Worden to correct me, but I do not believe LD 1626 changes the authority of tribal courts over crimes committed by non-members of any tribe. What it does is it expands the authority of the tribal courts over crimes committed by members to now include some Class C crimes that it doesn't already include. But the authority over non-members is currently over certain Class D domestic violence offenses, and there are where the victim is a tribal member and it occurred on tribal lands. And then all of the due process rights and everything that would apply under federal law would equally apply in those cases. But I don't think there is an expansion of criminal jurisdiction, but it's not over non-members unless because I'm looking again quickly, I might be missing something.
Attorney Binney?
I'm gonna defer right now to Attorney Pat Worden, so because I know she will explain this, and then I'll supplement what she says. But she knows the Class D and E crimes under state law really well, and one of the things in 1626 is that the tribes have to adopt the definitions.
Thank you, Attorney Pat Worden.
So I agree with what Janet just laid out, that the 1626 does not change, or it doesn't change the Penobscot Nation or the Passamaquoddy tribe's ability to prosecute persons who are not members of any tribe. I want to be clear about that, because saying non-member, that person could be a member of another tribe, but we're talking about persons who are not members of any tribe. All those individuals would be tried in state court, with the exception of certain domestic violence crimes that are clearly spelled out. That was the VAWA, sort of small VAWA bill that was passed in the last session or last legislature. And for those persons, there are additional protections that are intended to be as protective as the United States and Maine constitutions.
Thank you, Kim. Turning back to committee members, are there additional questions regarding civil criminal jurisdiction or sovereign immunity as it relates to 1626? And I am not seeing any. So I will turn to our final topic area for today, which is the consultation process established in LD 1626 between the state and tribal nations. Are there questions from committee members regarding, and is that section 42, Janet, that we're talking about there?
There are a whole series of consultation provisions.
Okay.
So let me look. Some of them are in the Maine Implementing Act, so you have to look earlier before we get to the tax provisions. So if you're looking at the amendment that we went through today, you're going to start on the bottom of page 28 with 6217. That's where you have consultation with tribes prior to state agency actions. There are also provisions about tribal state cooperative agreements in 6218 on page 30 of the proposed amendment from today. There are tribal assemblies that the governor would be directed to call on in section 6219. And then a biennial tribal assembly, I think from MITSIC. And then there's a bicentennial accord provision. And then there are also is what you were talking about, section 42, which is sort of a study. It doesn't define the rules right now, but to figure out if there's a way to develop an alternative dispute resolution process. So I think you would probably want to include all of those in this topic, I'm guessing.
Okay, thank you. I very much appreciate that overview. And having heard that, committee members, are there questions regarding the various consultation procedures set out in LD 1626? Committee members have questions, please raise your electronic hand. And I am not seeing any. Thank you very much, Janet, and all the tribal attorneys, and for Kim Pat Wharton, who participated as we went through these subject areas. Those are the Representative Poirier. I forgot to get back to you on the question that you tried to pose earlier. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't want to jump in at the wrong time, but I would like to step back a little bit on page 11 of the amendment, back to where it is fishing, hunting, trapping, and wildlife, and then land use and natural resources. I would just like some explanation on how that works with current Maine law and how it would affect current Maine conservation practices and that sort of thing. If I could get some clarification there, please.
Okay, I will begin with our analyst. And if you need to hear from others after her discussion, please let me know.
Thank you.
Is that something you
Just
can?
give me 1 second.
I know we're
I
jumping
can look
around.
at the amendment, but I want to look at what I wrote on the bill analysis on this topic in case it triggers my brain. Lots of topics.
Take your time. This is a
lots of pages. So under current law, there is authority for the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation to regulate hunting, trapping, and taking of wildlife on their Indian territory. What the bill does is it adds similar authority for the Houlton Band of Maliseet Indians, and it does allow for some change in the way those ordinances are written. So under current law for the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation, they can't discriminate between takings by tribal members and non-members, and that prohibition would be lifted. So it would be up to the tribe or nation or band to figure out how they wanted to make their ordinances. As far as, I don't want to read through the whole thing, but as far as you talked about conservation, there is a provision in current law that allows the Commissioner of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife to sort of take some control back if that commissioner conducts studies and believes that the stock of fish or wildlife outside of the Indian territories is adversely affected by any tribal or MITSIC regulations, because MITSIC has some authority to adopt fishing regulations on boundary waters, and we're talking about the boundaries of Indian territory and non-Indian territory. And so that authority is repealed, but instead what would replace it is a provision that would say that the state could regulate the fishing, hunting, trapping, and taking of wildlife by tribal members off of Indian territory or trust land for conservation purposes, and only to the extent authorized by federal Indian law. I don't know if those were the provisions you were talking about. Your question was very general, and I'm very good at, tell me what the specific statutory changes that they talk in this office about me seeing the trees and not the forest. And I actually think I see the mite on the wing of the fly that's on the bark of the tree. Like the forest is not even in my vision at all.
I'll try to, if it's okay, if I can add a couple of questions on here that might be a little more finite that you could answer.
Thank you.
When we're talking about like fishing and taking wildlife and such, does it imply any kind of commercial fishing and such as well that would fall under regulations of the tribes within their territories?
So they can currently regulate fishing and hunting within their territory, whether it's commercial or non-commercial. That's, well, only the Passamaquoddy tribe and Penobscot Nation, they're granted that authority in the Maine Implementing Act, and the bill would restore more traditional authority under federal Indian law, which is a broader authority, and include the Houlton Band of Maliseet Indians. There is a provision, let me find it. I'm wondering if you're talking about subsection 4 of 6207. That's on page 12. So currently, it's hard to read with all the crossouts, but what it says currently is that members of the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation can take fish and wildlife within their reservations solely for individual sustenance. Like, that's just an automatic right. That's not to be infringed by anyone who makes any regulations over that land. And that would be broadened to also include the whole band of Maliseet Indians and apply to Indian Territory or trust land. It's no longer limited to sustenance fishing in that sense. So, and it's no longer limited to fishing generally. So if you look at it under 1626, and the proposed amendment just cleans up the language a little bit, it says that the authority of tribal members to take wildlife and fish within the boundaries of their respective Indian Territory or trust land. So nowhere else, just is inviolate. I can't say that word, but it's just a right, and that's not to be hindered by others. I think that's what you're talking about, maybe?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. And the only other question that I think I need clarifying on in this same section here is when it comes to land use and water. Is there any change in this bill similar to what we talked to in other bills regarding like primacy and such?
Well, as far as if you're thinking about like drinking water and primacy, so that wouldn't be in this section. It wouldn't be in 6207, but there's another provision within the bill that allows federal laws for the benefits of Indians or tribal members or tribes as tribes, you know, or for tribal lands. Those federal laws, which would include the Safe Drinking Water Act provisions that allow tribes to obtain primacy if they so choose. All of those federal laws would apply within Maine to these 3 tribes. The Mi'kmaq Nation isn't included. And that would mean just that they could seek primacy just like another tribe could. So the current state of the law is that if those federal laws affect or preempt a state law, then they don't apply in Maine. If they have nothing to do with state law, don't infringe on it at all, then those laws can apply in Maine. But if they affect or preempt state laws, then they don't. And unless the law was passed after October 1980 and it was specifically made applicable within Maine. And that scheme would be removed, and instead the laws for the benefits of tribes or tribal members, those would all apply within the state, and the state would declare as a matter of policy of the state and the tribes, because this bill would have to be approved by both, that any state laws that look like they're in conflict don't apply. So there is no conflict that would prevent them from applying to me.
Okay.
Except in gaming. Gaming is separate. State law would apply to gaming.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hagan.
Thank you. Can I piggyback on a thought that I had based on what happened in the last few minutes dealing with clean water?
If it relates to LD 1626, then yes.
Okay. So I was looking at the Attorney General's stuff, and I'm still on Vistoko's. I'm not in the amendment that came out today. I had a full day of teaching. I just got from my school to here, and I haven't had an opportunity to look at anything today with a busy day. So I had a curious question based on the analysis on it has to do with page 18, just above taxation. The Attorney General had a question or whatnot, and I'll just read what I highlight in blue. To the extent that the new 6216 in the bill is effective in nullifying 6H and 16B of the Federal Settlement Act, and affected Wabanaki nations may seek to obtain treatment as a state under status under several federal environmental laws in at least the Federal Clean Water Act context, although new 6207A limits tribal regulator authority to within the boundaries of tribal land. Persons discharging upstream of tribal lands may nevertheless be required to comply with downstream tribal standards. So my question is, would the tribes under new trust lands or previous obtained lands be able to regulate the water quality coming out of municipalities into their newly acquired trust lands or lands that they have now under this?
I would defer that question.
The
to
question
someone
that came to
more-
me in 2094 came through. There was a lot of testimony on that kind of thing. So I was just curious if from 2094 before, some of those concerns went into this bill based on what I just read.
Representative Hagan, where are you in the bill analysis?
I'm with Janet Soko. I'm on page, it's her analysis.
It's actually page 13.
Page 18?
It's actually page 13. I think when you added notes, Representative, it changed the pagination. So it's on page 13.
I'm sorry, I apologize. That's right, because I did manipulate the thing to write my questions in. It must have kicked down the thing. So page 13, I apologize for that.
And I'm happy, Representative Harnett, to give an initial response, because I do remember the question coming up that Representative Hagan is raising on LD 2094. Okay. So I'm happy, and then Attorney Pat Worden can add in, but I'm happy to at least give you my initial thoughts on it, which is essentially the federal beneficial acts would apply to tribal governments. So if there are waterways that go through their territory, what's defined as Indian territory, under federal law, like the Clean Water Act, they would be able to apply for and try to obtain treatment as a state, which basically means that they can set standards for the water quality within their jurisdiction. So it has to be only for waters that are within Indian territory. The case that I recall getting cited often during the discussion on LD 2094 is a case involving the city of Albuquerque in New Mexico, where the tribe won. And so if you look at the court decision itself, it gives a clear win to the tribe, and people were concerned about that because it basically said that the tribe gets to set the water quality standards. But I think more important is the outcome of the case and kind of what led to the case, which was the arsenic levels and some other toxins were so high in the water that it was actually toxic to human beings, and that the tribe had a recreation area on their lands that when the water came through and people were using the lands and had inadvertent consumption of the water, you're swimming, you sometimes, get water in your mouth, that it was making people sick. And so that's kind of what led to that lawsuit. As it turned out, in those waters, some of it was natural, which is what caused, such high levels of arsenic. So when the tribe won in the court case, the next step is like, how does it get resolved? And the way it got resolved was, the tribe has, just like the state has, authority to regulate those water quality standards for the portions of the waters that are outside of Indian territory. The tribe and the state and the city of Albuquerque got together. Everybody put some money into the effort to resolve it, and they started resolving it. And they, I like to share this part because as an attorney, I think that those non-attorneys would appreciate this. The tribal leaders who weren't attorneys, and for that tribe in New Mexico, they're actually led by their cultural and elders. They kicked all the attorneys out of the room, including the state attorneys and the city of Albuquerque's attorneys. And they basically came to a compromise, and they went to the federal government. Everyone put some money at the table, and they basically worked together and continue to work together today to try to get the water cleaned up.
Thank you, Attorney Benny. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Attorney Pat Worden?
Actually, if possible, I would defer to Chief Deputy Taub on this.
Okay. If Supi, could you please move over Attorney Chris Taub, please? Good afternoon, Chris. Nice to see you again. Did you want to just give some perspective on the question posed by Representative Hagan?
Good afternoon, Representative Harnett, and members of the committee. I think what I understand the representative to be asking is the extent to which this bill could allow or enable tribes to regulate water quality or perhaps other natural resources off of tribal territory. And I think Allison Binney is correct. I mean, there's at least two cases. There's the city of Albuquerque case, and there's also a case out of Wisconsin in which the tribes had authority to regulate water quality under the Clean Water Act, and courts found that that also included the right to regulate upstream dischargers. And so I think if I understood the question, I think the question was specifically about municipalities and municipal dischargers upriver. And so yes, this bill, if it passed and the tribes did get treatment as state status under the Clean Water Act, then that arguably would give them authority to regulate water dischargers upstream. And the other thing I just want to point out is another source of authority that the tribes could have to regulate natural resources is that there is a suggestion in the bill that the tribes would have certain reserved treaty rights. And in other states where tribes have had treaty rights to engage in sustenance fishing or to engage in fishing of a certain quantity, there's at least one case where a court has said that that also includes an obligation on the part of the state to ensure that the water quality is such to support a certain quantity and quality of the fish. So I think, if I understand the question, I think those are sort of the two avenues where the tribes could arguably be regulating water quality or other natural resources off of tribal territory.
Thank you very much. Attorney Taub, Deputy Attorney Taub. Representative Poirier. You good?
Residual, I apologize.
Oh, no, it's okay. We're the residual committee. We do it all the time. Either that or we're muted. Well, I see no additional questions on consultation, which was the last of the broad topic areas. Representative Hagan.
Yeah, just one quick follow-up, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any, as far as the standards of the water quality coming from municipalities, is there any limit to what under this bill the tribes could ask for or demand, or I don't know, I really don't know what my words are here. Is there any limit, like they could, if they had a tougher standard or a more stringent standard than, let's say, the state of Maine, like I say, is there any limit, or could they, I want to say in that New Mexico one, it was 1,000 times higher than the state had required, but I just can't remember. It's been a couple of years since I read that. So I suppose my question is, would there be any limit to exactly what the quality of the water would be coming downstream?
I will turn to Attorney Binney and then Attorney Taub to give their perspectives on that question.
Well, before, I would say there's a limit in that the Federal Environmental Protection Agency has to review and approve any water quality standards by tribe. So there's a limit that way. And the state obviously has the ability to weigh in there. And then the state law, right? So in the city of Albuquerque case, it turned out that the city of Albuquerque actually was in violation of state law too, once they looked into it. So there's that. And Maine recently, in the last couple of years, set standards. I think they're the highest in the country, if I recall. But Attorney Taub might know that better. So it's a combination, like, yes, the tribes can set standards. I mean, they have to, one, go through and get treatment as a state status through the federal EPA. And then they can set standards, or at least develop their standards, which have to be approved by the federal EPA, and the state gets to weigh in on that. And then essentially the tribe gets to only set standards for waters that are actually within its Indian territory.
Thank you, Attorney Binney. Did you have anything to add, Christel?
No, I agree with that. I think the bill itself doesn't impose any limits on sort of the extent to which the tribe can impose water quality standards, but I agree with Allison that the EPA ultimately is the overseer. And I'm no expert in the Clean Water Act, but my understanding is that any standards set by the tribe would have to be approved by the EPA.
Thank you. And I think, although it's always dangerous to say this, I think that concludes the questions on our final topic area. And I would ask if there is a committee member who wishes to make a motion. Senator Carney. You're muted, Senator.
Actually, I would like to defer to Representative Evangelos for the motion.
I thank you very much. I did not see the order that the hands flew up. I apologize, Representative Evangelos. Please go ahead.
I think her hand was up first, in all due respect, Your Honor. I'll defer back to you, Senator Carney.
Well, first of all, I'm not Your Honor, but thank you for that. And why don't you go ahead, Representative Evangelos? You had a companion bill on this, so
Okay, I'll move passage of LD 1626 as amended.
We have I'm sorry, Janet probably wants to pin us down on, was that a hand up or just a head scratch?
Probably both.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we understand which amendment. So I'm checking that you mean the amendment presented today. And I did want to point out that Attorney Hinton did say that in the paragraph F that's about fee lands, that land would not become part of Passamaquoddy Indian Territory until the tribal acquisition process was complete, not just the seeking of the status. And I didn't know if you wanted to include that.
Yes, I'm including everything we went over today as was agreed to.
Thank you. So we have a ought to pass as amended motion by Representative Evangelos. Do I have a second? Seconded by Senator Carney. I will now open it up to committee discussion, beginning with Senator Keim.
Thank you. Before the vote, I would like a corner caucus.
Absolutely. How much time do you need? Do you want to have the discussion and then the caucus, or would you like your caucus prior to the discussion?
I think it's fine to have the discussion first and then the caucus. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Keim. Again, we have a motion and a second. It is now open for discussion. Are there any committee members who would like to comment or discuss the motion? Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to thank the bill's sponsor, the folks who served on the commission, and all of the folks, and the Attorney General's office, who Chris and Allison, Kimberly gave wonderful answers today that I thought were very helpful and very clear. The tribal attorneys, who have been a great resource and asset throughout this process. I wanted to thank my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee who have been working on this, some of you many years longer than I have, for helping me get up to speed, as well as all those other folks that I just mentioned who also helped me get up to speed on this over the last 2 years. And I just want to say that I think this is the civil rights issue of our era in Maine in particular, and that I will be proud to vote in favor of this bill for that reason.
Thank you very much, Senator Sanborn. Are there other committee members who wish to be recognized? Representative Babbage.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank everyone that's been part of this process over 4 years. It's been an education. It's been heart-wrenching at times. And it's highly consequential. And I hope that where we're going by the time the 130th adjourns is that we will have created a real pathway to not only prosperity, but landed prosperity. And but with that comes some responsibilities. And so I will not be voting for the package as presented, but what has been proposed to us has won me over with regard to several elements of what we've talked about today in segments. So I will be voting for a more limited geography. I have issues about expanding gaming in the state of Maine. I think those will be addressed by other legislation, so it need not be addressed here. But those will be altered in my report. I will be subscribing to what is proposed for taxation, what has been proposed for criminal law, and which I had supported 2 years ago. But the tax and the civil parts of this are expansions of what I'm advocating, and I also appreciate the consultation framework that is proposed in the bill. So I will be having a minority. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Babbage. Are there other committee members who wish to be recognized? Senators?
I just wanted to quickly say I forgot to mention Janet, and I felt really bad as soon as I stopped talking because Janet has been a wonderful resource, including answering some of my questions late at night. So I'm sorry to break in and say that, but I just wanted to include Janet.
We are lucky to be surrounded by people who are so much smarter. Well, I'll just speak for myself. So much smarter than I am, and I appreciate all of their effort. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
My word, my mute was off already. I just want to echo probably the tone of Senator Sanborn. You know, oftentimes people ask me what the most important thing I did this year in the legislature was. And I have trouble telling them. But if we manage to pass 1626 to the floor and by some miraculous circumstance pass it, it will be the most important thing I've done not only this year, but my entire service, the legislature. I, like some others have said, have learned a lot during this period. While we were all in seclusion there for a while, I was reading Indian tribal law. I'm reading the original reports from the tireless group that began this process. And I'm really pleased at the tone and the process we've had today. I think it's been useful. I think it's been hopeful. And I think it's not been even faintly hurtful, I hope. And it's sort of ironic that I just saw today that the federal Congress, when they passed the Violence Against Women Act, which was signed, I think, yesterday or today by the president, included all the Maine tribes finally in the Violence Against Women Act. Sort of ironic. We tried so hard to get those provisions done ourselves, and we did do that in large part thanks to Representative Talbot Ross and others who fought for that. And I think that it's just ironic that the federal Congress was trying to catch up to us today, and at the leadership of Representative Pingree, I gather, as well. So I'm really I'm really touched to be part of this process today and in the past, but today it feels better. Whether it'll feel better a month from now, I can't predict, but I certainly pray so. And I want to thank everybody who's participated in the way that we have done this. And I hope that the representatives of the tribes and the members of the tribes understand that at quite a cost to them, I think, they have allowed hopefully many of us to learn and to grow and to care a little better about everybody in the state. So I thank them for the patience in letting me do that, and I'm sure others. So here's a surprise. I'm going to vote in favor of this act, and I hope that most of us will. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Representative Galgay-Reckett. Are there additional committee members who wish to be recognized? And I am seeing none, so I want to turn back to Senator Keim to ask about the length of the caucus that she would like to have with her members. And I think we're going to have to wait a minute for Senator Keim to return. And I will give her that, I will give her a minute because I don't want to just sign off without knowing where we're moving forward. Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn when I say that it should be about 5 minutes for a corner caucus.
Okay, I'm actually going to make it 9 minutes because that's what 5 turns into. And I hope that 9 does not turn into 14. Why don't we plan to reconvene at 3:55? Thank you all. Please shut off your cameras and microphones, and we will return to vote on LD 1626 in now, if I keep talking, it's going to be 3:55. So I will stop and see you all then. Take care. Good afternoon and welcome back, committee members. If committee members, as you return, if you could please activate your cameras. And just want to see if everyone is back. Thank you all for pretty much sticking to the time. I think I was the last one to return, so I can't complain about anybody else. We have a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended, as explained by our analyst, Janet Stocco, seconded by Senator Carney. Before proceeding to have the roll called, I did want to give the opportunity for any committee members who might want to address the discussion or address the committee before the vote. Otherwise, I would just call on Soupy to call the roll. Are there committee members who wish to speak? And I am not seeing any, so Representative Soupy Panett, Clerk Susan Panett, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get to my button fast enough. No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I will recall the absentees. Representative Babbage.
Thank you. May I ask if this is the ought to pass as amended report with the 315 amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
My vote is no.
Representative Babbage votes no. Mr. Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 6 members voting in the negative. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much, Soupy. I would now turn to those who voted in the no category to ask what your report is, and I'll begin with you, Representative Babbage. You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My vote is ought to pass as amended. The geography that is designated in the amendment gets rid of the designated parcels that are in the main implementing act, but identifies the geography to be included in the bill by counties. My minority report will not include, will include the ancestral homelands of the Penobscot, of the Wabanaki, to be the Penobscot watershed and points north and east as identified by a demarcation line. I will adopt the tax provisions. I will adopt the criminal provisions. I will adopt the civil law provisions and the consultation framework applying federal law in all those areas to our Wabanaki tribes, that at least the 3 that are included in this bill. I will exclude gaming. We have that on another agenda. That's my minority report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Babbage. And for the others who voted no, what is your report?
Ought not to pass.
Is that true for the remaining folks who voted no?
Yes.
Thank you. Janet, do you have everything you need from us on this bill? No?
No, I just want to check with Representative Babbage. If you exclude gaming, then I need to know what you're going to say, because the proposed amendment says state law applies to gaming. So if you don't want that to be what it says, I need to know what you mean.
Thank you. I will get back to you, but I believe the bill does provide for legalized gaming under state law. It's not the state law part that I'm against, although I will talk to you about IGRA and the ramifications of that. But I'll follow up with you, Janet. Thank you.
Does that give you what you need, Janet?
It will.
It will. It will. Okay. In the future. Before turning the gavel back to my Senate co-chair, Senator Carney, I just want to first of all thank the bill sponsor for bringing this bill forward. We've had this in our possession for quite a long time. I want to echo the thanks given to the tribal attorneys, the attorneys for the state, our analysts, both Janet and Peggy and Sam when he was here with us as well, the tribal chiefs and other representatives for meeting with us week after week after week on these bills, on these issues, and also to the members of the Judiciary Committee. I know that we had a very split vote, but I do appreciate how we were able to work through this, even though we came to very different conclusions. And last, if I did not thank Soupy, as always, thank you very much. So with that, I will turn it back over to Senator Carney.
Thank you very much, Chair Harnett, and thank you for running such an excellent work session this afternoon. I wanted to follow up on this morning. We agreed that we would try to finish the judicial department section of the budget, and I am just going to need a few minutes to check in with Peggy, who has magically appeared on the screen, and also to reach out to representatives of the judicial department. So let's take a recess until 4:15. Hopefully we'll be able to return and quickly wrap up the judicial department section of the budget, everyone. See you at 4:15.
Thank you.
Peggy? Hi. Hang on, let me activate my camera here. Should I try to contact the judicial, Dennis and Amy, or would you like to?
I'm sorry, you couldn't hear me. I will try to reach them.
Okay, thank you. It would be nice to be able to finish up that piece of our work today if they're free.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Lois, it's just beginning to sink in. Can't hear.
What, that we passed this thing today?
Well, not more than that we passed it, just the sheer profundity of what we did.
Yeah, yeah, really is pretty amazing. I'm so glad we had that meeting yesterday and, planned the plan. So,
Committee members, I just wanted to, everybody, if you can reactivate your audio and video. Thank you, everybody. I just wanted to let everyone know that we think we are going to be able to finish the judicial department part of the budget, but we are still waiting for start time. We may not start until 4:30, but we do think it'll probably only take us about 30 minutes and we could be done by 5. And so I'm just wondering if Tom's clapping, Representative Harnett is clapping. So I'm just wondering if we can all hang in there and return at 4:30. And at that point, we hope to wrap things up. And I know we had a super short lunch break. And so if we can all just take another 10 minutes and we'll see you at 4:30.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Love the 10 minutes.
Hi, Amy. Thank you for joining us.
You are welcome. Thank you for inviting us back.
Yeah, we really appreciate you returning to help us complete the budget today. Our deadline for reporting back is Thursday.
We know how busy you are. We've been watching all session long. Lots to consider.
The courts are used to getting requests for extensions. Maybe you can sign off on one of them.
That's right. That's right.
Committee members, if you're able to return to your desks and activate your video, please do so. Thank you all. And I think
To hear my video, but I'll be here listening. I just want to eat my Irish soda bread celebration here.
Oh, that sounds delicious. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging in there and helping us all get done our work on the budget report back. And so I think, Peggy, had we stopped with 863? Is that where we are?
I think you're right. We're about to start 863.
Okay.
So I am ready to share my screen, but I won't unless you ask me to. Reference number 863 is on page 13 of the report back template. This adjusts funding, it's general fund funding, and you'll see that it's moving it from personal services to all other. So it really has no net effect on the general fund, but it moves it from personal services because it's they've approved the reorganization of one real-time court reporter position to a courtroom technology assistant position. And it's transferring the personal services money to the all other account, which frees it up to use for contracted services if there's a situation where specific skills are needed in the court for those purposes.
Thank you, Peggy. And committee members, is there a motion on this item? Representative Moriarty?
Madam Chair, I will move that we adopt reference number 863.
And is there a second? Seconded by Representative Harnett. Committee members, any discussion or questions for representatives of the judicial branch? Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this a current filled position, or is this a position that was funded in one way and then now is being reorganized, but there isn't someone there? Just wondering about the status of this position.
That is a funded position, and it was vacated in the past year. And so as we reevaluate how we want to use this position, we've over time eliminated a lot of court reporters and went to court technology assistants. So we're kind of doing this with this position, but we still use the court reporters who do the, we see it on TV, the step in a courtroom, and that's used at high level cases like murder trials and things like that. And so we still have a need for some of those services. But so what we thought we would do is take this position, turn it into a court technology assistant, and then use the 50,000 savings to hire additional court reporters on a part-time basis as needed for a trial. There are people out there in the private sector that do that work, and you can call them in for a specific event. And we thought we'd get better coverage doing that. So kind of killing two birds with one stone.
Okay, so kind of like a per diem type.
Right, they would be an hourly rate based on whatever trial they were working on.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussions, committee member? I am not seeing any, so I think we're ready to vote on this one. Thank you, Supi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentee. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 12 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 2 members are absent.
Thank
That
you
is the
very
vote.
much. And so the motion passes 12-0 with 2 absences. And we will move on to initiative number 864.
So 864, this is general fund money. It continues 10 intermittent project referee positions effective April 1st, 2022 through June 17th, 2023. They were established by a financial order that was put together to address the backlog caused by COVID-19 pandemic of non-jury, family, and civil cases by providing a decision on referred cases and provides funding for related all other costs. So I'm assuming that because these positions are not permanent, you don't see a head count, but there are the personal services for those positions as well as the all other costs.
Thank you. Let's see. Amy Quinlan or Dennis Corliss, did you have anything that you wanted to mention about this item?
So this was the item that is specifically targeted towards the backlog, hence the nature of the request. What we're trying to do is build capacity outside typical court resources, which are already stressed. We don't think we'll need the capacity long-term, at least at this point, but the idea is to be able to manage the backlog and the specific case types. And then with retired judges, not serving as active retired judges, not taking up court time, not within the court. So this is happening completely outside of the court system. So the idea is to attack the backlog, not using existing services, and including the recording services and the Zoom technology and all of that. So outside the context of our normal resources to specifically target backlog.
Thank you. Representative Harnett, was your hand up?
It was, but Amy Quinlan answered the question before I got to ask it. So
Okay, that's terrific. Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we had just been through 2 normal years, I don't think we would have seen this sort of item on the proposed budget. All session long, we've been talking about the backlog and its resilience and resistance to reduction. So I see no option whatsoever but to approve these temporary positions until we have in fact reduced the backlog, and I will definitely vote in favor.
Do you have a motion, Representative?
Yes, I would so move. I would move to approve reference number 864.
Thank you, Representative. Committee members, is there a second on the motion? Senator Sanborn seconds. And committee members, any discussion? Looks like we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so the motion passes 8-4 with 2 absences. And we will move on to 865.
Straight no. Thank you for asking.
I'm sorry, Representative Thorne. I would just like would you want me to check with you after every vote? Or
Yeah,
is
that's
the
the way
no
we
vote
usually
just
do
enough?
it procedure wise, and I'd hate to get away from that so that we keep that consistency throughout our voting process. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. And now we're on to 865.
So reference number 865 is on page 14 of your packet. This is general fund appropriation of $50,000 in each year of the biennium, and it provides funding for an increase in court alternative dispute resolution services contracts. There's been an increase in use of the court dispute resolution services, and not all parties can afford to pay. So raising the fees would mean fewer people would be able to participate. So this will be used to help ensure that mediation services are available where mandated, even if the parties cannot afford the fees.
Thank you. Amy Quinlan?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that this, I believe, unless Dennis corrects me, this has been removed. This fund stabilized, and during the public hearing, we mentioned that, but I don't know that we communicated that effectively. So I just didn't want you to waste time discussing it.
Thank you. And Dennis Corliss, is that? Yeah, okay, great. Okay, we can move on then. Thank you.
So this will just be reported as out, right? To appropriations.
Right.
Okay.
I think the budget office is including it as a deduction in the change package.
In the change package. Okay. So the next reference is 866, and this is the approved reorganization of one administrative data assistant position to a court management analyst position. This is the other court management analyst position that you kind of talked about a little bit earlier. So it's there's an existing position, it's being reorganized. So all you're seeing are the additional costs for personal services for that person. So there's some general fund and there's some other special revenue.
Thank you. And Peggy, is this one of the initiatives where 866 and 867 are linked such that the votes are interdependent on each other? Maybe that's a question for Amy.
That is correct, yes. And this also relates back to, I think, reference 861, where we were readjusting the breakdown a little bit, but you've already voted on that. But this is the seeking to reorganize this position as we stated here.
Okay, thank you. And so committee members, if we can just have in mind that we're going to be, the motion and vote would be on 866 and 867.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah. Are there any questions, committee members, on this item? I am not seeing any. Is there a motion? Representative Evangelos?
Motion to move it in. Both of them.
Thank you. Is there a second? seconded by Representative Sheehan. Any discussion, committee members? And I think we're ready for the vote then.
Ms. Quinlan's hand is up. I don't know if she had a question.
No, I apologize. I
Don't
probably I cannot.
We do it all the time. Thank you. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I will recall the absentees. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in favor, 4 members opposed, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And for those who voted no, can you tell us what your vote is?
Straight no.
Yep, not to pass.
Okay, thank you all. And so the motion carries 8-4 with 2 absences, and we will move on to 868.
Great. I feel like I remember there was one more that was withdrawn by the judicial branch. So before, I'm sure Amy will wave at me when we get to that point. Reference number 868 establishes 10 court attendant positions to work as jury officers and control room technical assistants in a non-sworn capacity supporting the Office of Judicial Marshals. So they would not be law enforcement officers, but they would be assisting the marshals. This is, I'm sorry, 10 new positions in the general fund.
Thank you. Amy, are these the positions that are addressing the challenges with hiring the court marshals?
It is. This relates back to our request last year where we sought 20 additional deputy marshals, primarily to be able to provide entry screening at all of our courthouses. During the pandemic, we've had to close them as a result of shortage of marshals. We were grateful to get the 10 positions. And we've been able to hire 8 of those 10 positions, like all law enforcement nationwide, really, certainly throughout the state. We've struggled to recruit. So we were trying to be creative here by creating a court attendant position. It is not law enforcement, but will supplement our deputy marshal's ability to be able to be out in entry screening and on the floor and the like. So that is correct. This does deal with security and will hopefully help us meet those needs.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions or a motion? Senator Sanborn?
I'll move this item in.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Reckett. Any discussion? I am not seeing any. I think we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 5 members in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And for those who voted no, could you please let us know what your vote is?
Madam Chair, my vote is to approve at the level of 400,000.
Thank you. Other committee members who voted against the motion, could you please let me know what your vote is?
A simple no.
Correct.
No.
Okay, thanks. And so the motion carries 7 to 1 to 4 with 2 absences. And with that, we'll move on to 869.
869 is a general fund appropriation for all other, and it is to cover an increase in technology costs related to new operational requirements in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. They look at this as an ongoing additional cost for all sorts of the technology, whether it's the hardware or the software or the licenses.
Thank you. And Amy, Quinlan or Dennis Corliss, did you have anything to add on this?
I would just say that obviously technology, like everyone else, has become a critical part of the way we do business. We anticipate that will continue well into the future. It has been well received by our stakeholders and has become a critical tool, particularly as attorneys try to represent clients in northern counties or folks trying to travel to faraway courthouses. One of the biggest difficulties is to be able to address hybrid hearings where some of the folks can appear in person and some have to are attending remotely. The equipment that's attached to this accommodates both remote proceedings, but also allows us to do those hybrid scenarios. It's a little bit different for us because there are constitutional mandates, including creating a court record, the ability to see and hear folks clearly that are critical without and needed so that we aren't delayed in those proceedings. So that's what this really goes to. There are multiple uses for these supplemental technology requests that go to support some of the technology that we've already been able to implement.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions? Representative Harnett?
I move reference number 869 into the budget.
And is there a second? Seconded by Representative Moriarty. Any discussion, committee? I am not seeing any, so it looks like we're ready for the vote.
Sorry about that. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And for those who voted no, can you please let us know what your vote is?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you all. And so the motion prevails 8-4 with 2 absences. And we will move on. We're almost done, everyone. Thank you for hanging in there today. We're moving on to Initiative 870.
870 creates 5 new general fund positions. One is an IT field technician, and there are 4 courtroom technician positions that will provide technical support in courtrooms and assist in updating courtroom technology throughout the state.
Thank you, Peggy. And Amy Quinlan or Dennis Corliss, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I'll just quickly add that this just again goes to support our new way of doing business, making sure that we have the folks there and available to be able to, manage all of the equipment and the new technologies, similar to the last request.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions? Not seeing any questions. Is there a motion? Representative Reckitt?
I move I move in 870.
Thank you. Is there a second on that motion? Seconded by Senator Sanborn. Any discussion, committee members? Representative Thorne, go ahead. And we're not able to hear you, Representative.
Can't read lips yet, huh? I was just wondering, I got distracted for a moment. I wanted to verify what reference number we're voting on.
870.
Thank you.
Any discussion, committee members? It appears that we are ready for the vote, and thank you, Supi.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And for those who voted no, can you please tell us what your vote is?
I'm a straight no.
No.
That's the case for everybody. Okay, thank you. All right, and so we've completed item number 870.
And this is when Amy's waving.
I was not being very attentive. Amy Quinlan, did you wish to tell us something important?
Yeah, this is like the last request that we spoke about that was removed. This one has been removed as well. Again, the fund stabilized, so we withdraw this request.
And is this number 871?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, and so we have, I think, 2 more things to address. The next is Initiative 872.
So 872 is actually related to the language that you're asked to look at as part JJ. This is the money initiative, I guess you would call it. It's a one-time additional funding for civil legal services. And it's $1.3 million starting in July 1st of this year. So it's just in the second year of the biennium. It's one-time funding, so this does not go into the baseline. It says it's an one-time funding transfer of general fund unappropriated surplus. So that's why it's coming from other special revenue.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions about this? You know that we had kind of an extensive presentation when we did our budget hearing, but there may be questions. Representative Reckitt?
Well, sort of two-part. One is, does that mean this is the year to get divorced if you're poor and need assistance? The other part is this the function that well, my perception is that Pine Tree wishes they could do this function, but it's not funded sufficiently to do it. Is this contracted piece, or how do you anticipate this money is going to be dispersed?
So we don't manage the disbursement. This is passed through to the Civil Legal Services Fund Commission. So we don't manage that piece of it or determine how it is dispersed beyond that.
So it's put in our budget at the request of the DAFs commissioner. Okay. They don't have their own account, and we do pass through money from the collection of fees. A certain portion goes to the main Civil Legal Services Fund, and so they asked, since we were set up, would we mind passing that through? So that's pretty much our involvement, although I do believe we have a member on the commission, but we don't direct the commission at all.
Yeah, and to further supplement that response, Representative Reckitt, this we heard testimony from organizations like Pine Tree Legal and Legal Services for the Elderly that described how this Civil Legal Services Fund is used to fund a number of different organizations that provide legal help to Mainers with low income.
All right, thanks. I think I must have been out that day. I'm sorry, in criminal justice that day when I should have been in judiciary, clearly. Thanks so much for the information.
Yeah. No, yeah, and I know that you, like many of us, but you in particular are serving double duty, and we appreciate how challenging that is. Representative Harnett, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Carney. You actually addressed my issue that this is distributed to multiple legal services organizations. And as we learned on Access to Justice Day, none of those entities have enough money to serve the clients that qualify for their services. So this is a much added boost.
Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just looking at my notes when it came to the joint meeting, when we did have the Pine Tree Legal and Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Bar Association and Legal Services for the Elderly. And I'm just curious how is it past years' needs that they came up with their amount that totaled up to this $1.3 million request? Or is it that I just don't know how they come up with a $1.3 million? I mean, is it an arbitrary number? Is it a rough figure? Or did they go to every service that they thought that they could help out with this and say, how much do you need? Or I'm just not sure what the process is to come up with that $1.3 million figure. So sorry, it's another freshman legislator question, but
I think I might be able to provide some additional information. So in the first session, we had a bill that I think was sponsored by Representative Cardone that related to what the actual needs are for legal services funding in Maine. And I think it was I don't know, Peggy, if you could help me out if I don't get that. I think it was maybe 8 million in one year and 13 million in another year.
It was something like that. It was establishing, it was looking at, it was using data from across the country about what the funding needs were for people who could not afford civil legal services. And that was, it was trying to kind of catch up because Maine does not provide funding through the budget for those services at the same, at the level that is recommended. And so that was kind of considered to be a bit of a catch up, not that it would be enough, but that was something that was supposed to be going forward. And I'm trying to find the LD that's sitting there on the table.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I can put my hands on it either, but I think that this inclusion of the 1.3 in the budget seems to me a step in the direction to meet the unmet need. And I think that's probably how the figure was arrived at.
Is this like a shortfall in these other areas that they turn to judiciary because they have no one else to turn to, kind of like a almost like a I'm a loss for the word when voters vote for an amount of money, like a referendum bond issue type thing, but this is a one-time fund that comes from Maine's general fund, or does it go against the judiciary budget in this one-time ask?
It does not go against the judicial branch's budget. What usually funds it is there are surcharges on different civil actions and filing fees that go into the fund. There was a bill in the first regular session about which civil actions would include a part of their filing fee would go into this fund, and that's how it's been funded. There's usually not general fund into the Civil Legal Services Fund. And I did find the bill from last year, LD 1326, that is still on the special appropriations table. It was $8.3 million in the first year of the biennium, which is almost done, and then $14 million. It proposed $14 million every year after.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Corliss?
Yes, I'd just add that the judicial branch in its budget doesn't provide any money for attorneys. So that's all in outside agencies and other people's budgets. And we are simply just receiving these funds and moving them to the commission's fund. So we have no involvement as to how they're spent. That's all in other groups or committees.
Thank you. Committee members, any additional questions? I am not seeing any. Do we have a motion? Representative Reckitt?
I move initiative 872 in.
And would you also include in that motion part JJ of the budget, which is the language associated with that initiative?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee members, is there a second? Second by Representative Harnett. Is there any discussion, committee members? I'm not seeing any. And Representative Reckitt, I'm going to ask a soupy question. Could you please put down your hand?
Oh, jeez.
Soupy always asks us to do that before we vote. Sorry to scoop you on that one, Soupy.
That's all right.
All right, committee members, it looks like we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Poirier.
No. No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And for those who voted no, could you please give us your vote?
I'm a straight no, Madam Chair.
Everybody else the same? Okay. Thank you all. And so the motion prevails 8-4 with 2 absences. And with that, I think we have concluded this part of our budget work. We do plan to meet with the executive director of the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services and consider some potential initiatives there. But for now, I would say we express a lot of thanks to members of the Judicial Department for coming back at the end of the day to help us finish this big chunk of the budget work. We're really grateful.
Thank you. We're grateful as well. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you both. Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know when we met with appropriations, there was some suggestion that we could bring forth some of our own initiatives. Are we going to be able to visit that when we take up indigent legal?
Yes. Yes. And I was not aware that there were additional matters that committee members wish to bring up, but if you could either check in with Peggy and or perhaps let Representative Harnett and I know, that way we can make sure we're prepared to do those initiatives as well.
Sure. I don't know if I'm going to do anything. I just really briefly, there's some things sitting on the appropriations table, and one of the leaders of the appropriations committee indicated that, well, you can bring forth your own initiatives to try to get something jump stopped. I think one was in relation to Representative Harnett's questions around 1686, I believe, the Public Defender's Office. And then I had one around post-conviction. I'm still working out the strategy in my head around that, or whether I should just leave it there, and because I guess if we put it in the budget, it'll just go there again. But anyways, when we have time and we're not so tired, when we revisit with Mr. Andrus on indigent legal, maybe we can talk about it a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. And we also will have an opportunity to rank our committee priorities as well. But I do want to let people know that as soon as we're able to reschedule that meeting with Executive Director Andrus and go over the legal stuff and any other initiatives that committee members would like to bring forth, we will be in touch with you as soon as possible. Anything else? All right, then. Peggy, did you have anything for us?
I don't, but I just want to thank you all for working through all this. This is not my forte, the budget, so I appreciate your patience with me and just working through everything that we did today, and hopefully we'll be able to get to the MCILS budget issues in time to make a difference. Thanks.
I wanted to ask how Soupy's doing.
Soupy's doing fine. Thank you very much. We had a flood over here, so
Yeah, we
we've been displaced and I'm over in the Cross building, but perhaps Representative Harnett wants to update people. I'm guessing most of you have the email by now.
Yeah, we'll close tomorrow again.
Closed, yeah.
Well, actually, we've been told we can go back to the State House tomorrow.
Oh, really?
So I will be back in the State House tomorrow. I'm gonna move everything over. And then there will be no session on Thursday.
Oh, no, I didn't.
No,
No, I
we
had
haven't
not.
heard that.
That's what I'm seeing Peggy nod. I don't want to be
That's
telling
what
you.
I'm saying, right. I didn't realize it said that staff can return,
Yeah,
but yes, I do see that now.
I will be running over in the next 10 minutes.
So
So you're
session,
sure that we have no session on Thursday?
session is canceled, but I'm sure Peggy and Jana will find it, fill the day. I don't.
We have a very busy day scheduled for tomorrow. So you have hearings starting at 9, and then we scheduled work sessions for those bills you're hearing, as well as I'm trying to see 2 bills that you haven't voted on yet. 598, the hair discrimination bill, and 1946, the communications with counsel, the confidential communications. We're trying to get all that done in the morning because then you have LD 585 in the afternoon. If you wrap that up early, then whatever we don't get in the morning, we'll work on in the afternoon. And I don't know if we'll have I know we're trying not to meet on Friday, but I don't know if we'll have to spill over onto Friday.
Thank you. Representative Libby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am just getting caught up on emails, and I'm not seeing anything in regards to session on Thursday, but someone just said that it's canceled on Thursday. Is that confirmed already?
That's what my office director has said.
Okay, thank you.
We haven't received anything from leadership, but there are
Okay.
emails going around from others.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Evangelos, was your hand up anew or are you all set? Okay.
It's up anew. I spoke with Justin Andrus today, and he told me, so I'm just passing it on, that he has what could amount to an all-day hearing on Thursday. So I'm not sure if we do indigent legal on Thursday, his availability may be restricted. So you might want to check with him before we do anything on scheduling. That's all.
Thank you. We'll be sure to do that. Senator Sanborn?
I was just going to ask about using Thursday. I know as someone with another job, and I think there are others on the panel with other jobs, it would be helpful if we would use Thursday because I was supposed to be in Augusta on Thursday. So just as the chairs are thinking about overflow of our work, cascading it into Thursday would be much preferred to cascading it into Friday.
I agree.
Yeah, thank you. Representative Moriarty?
So I want to agree with Senator Sanborn but for different reasons. Having been under the assumption we would not meet on Friday this week, I planned a trip down to see my daughter and grandchildren. So I won't be here on Friday.
Thank you for letting us know. That sounds lovely. Representative Thorne?
Yes, Madam Chair. I also want to take the opportunity to agree with Senator Sanborn. I may not have another opportunity. That Thursday would be a great time to roll that in and keep everything because we had already set aside that day. Thank you.
Yeah. And Representative Libby?
I'm also going to agree with Senator Sanborn, just as an FYI, if we do schedule work for Friday, I will not be able to attend. I have extensive client meetings.
Okay. All right. Well, we will get to work on that. Thank you, everyone. And thanks for weighing in. Anything else? Would anybody like to advance a motion to adjourn? Representative Thorne and seconded by Representative Libby. All right, everyone. Thank you. See you all tomorrow.
Take care, folks.
Good night.
Good night, Al.